Sí, sí. Hey, 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 sí, hola. Hey, sí.
Hola.
Aló, aló.
Hola.
Hello,
Prueba, prueba, prueba.
test. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to greet you. Remember, this is a silent room. We need you to activate your headsets. If you don't have one, remember there is a table where you can receive a receiver. We have three options of languages: Spanish, English, and Portuguese. Remember, activate with a QR code, silent room, so you follow the conversation through your headsets. My name is John De Leon. It's a pleasure to greet you. For me, it's an excellent opportunity to welcome you to this room in the International Economic Forum for Latin America and the Caribbean 2026, How to Position the Region in the Global Scenario. This event, organized by CAF, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, with the support of the Government of Panama, continues in this second day because yesterday we had very interesting conversations during the festival. And I would like to mention that this event is being live streamed in three languages with interpretation. Please share your experiences, comments, so we can continue the conversation outside of the forum through our platforms in social media. We're using the hashtag Foro Económico Cash. Follow us in Agenda Cap, in X, Instagram, and also Facebook. So we can continue the dialogue beyond these walls and reach a global audience. I would like to thank at this moment our media partners that also allow this discussion of these important activities such as Prisa, CNN, El País, La Prensa, La Estrella of Panama Mercado, El Tiempo, El Universo, El Mercurio, ABC, Radio Panama, The Guardian, La Nación, RCN, El Deber, Echo, Diario El Salvador, Global, and TVN. This forum has a particularity of having several parallel events in two rooms in this same space, and we will have parallel sessions that will cover the most relevant topics in the development and growth agenda of the region. To get started, I would like to invite to this scenario the Senior Executive of Digital Transformation and Services to Citizens, CAF, Eduardo Somali, if he could address the floor. Please and welcome. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have your presence in today's session. Uh, I'm Eduardo Chavali. I'm senior expert in business transformation. I lead investment services funded by CAF in this agenda. We are in a key point for the next years. This is a relevant conversation, a timely one, because undoubtedly digital transformation stopped being an incremental agenda or a limited agenda to technology. We're talking about an agenda that has a structural change in the way in which economies grow, in the way in which citizens interact, and also in the way in which economies grow and compete. Data, connectivity, the capacity for computation, artificial intelligence are a decisive lever not only for productive ecosystems, but also how we develop our societies. Therefore, this agenda for Latin America opens an agenda not only to breach historical gaps, but also to give a leap that allows a region to give a leap forward in productiveness and competitiveness. Therefore, in this panel, we will cover three main topics. The first one, how digital transformation can be translated into real increase in productivity and competitiveness for your economies. Second, what conditions allow this generation to transcend, and the third one, how trust as an angular pillar is capable of operating as a critical structure that reduces risk, reduces cost, and allows investment. From CAF, this agenda is considered cross-cutting and holistic. In recent years, CAF has mobilized close to $5 billion dollars in financing for investment projects in this agenda and almost 15 billion dollars in technical cooperation to structure more and better projects. We work in enabling technologies, data centers, computing, connectivity, of course, and strengthening of the digital state, digital identity, services to citizens, platforms to improve the relationships between governments, citizens, and companies, and the digital economy, strengthening the capacity of productive centers so that they can be more efficient and resilient. Finally, all this within a well coordinated agenda, cross cutting throughout the bank with health, education, transportation, energy, logistics, that at the end of the day allow us to have an outlook with impact and real application of technology in the solutions we promote. We hope that this makes sense. And now we have a moderator that will continue with the session. Thank you for being with us. We will now yield the floor to the moderator of this first conversation in the first lecture. This room is called Digital Leap, New Opportunities for Investment. We have Yanina Nunez, who's the editorial subdirector for Latin America for Forbes, the moderator of this panel. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. And taking this opportunity, now that we have our moderator, we will present the panel members. I would like to invite to the scenarios the VP of Economic, Foreign, and Regulatory Affairs of Priocorp, Pedro Betancur, who's accompanying us. Welcome. Thank you for your time and your visit. Also to invite Eleonora Rabinovich, Director of Government Affairs and Public Policies for Latin America for Google, will also be accompanying us in this scenario. We also greet Jose Vicente de los Mozos, Delegate Counselor of Indra Group, who's accompanying us. To thank Gloria Guimaraes, member of the Technology and Digital Transformation of the Social and Economic Council and founding member of Guimaraes Consulting, and also to thank the Senior Executive of Digital Transformation and Citizens of CAP, Eduardo Shomaliki, who will be accompanying us in this scenario. Yadira, thank you.
Gracias por
We
esa
leave you with the floor. Thank you
magnífica
for this great
presentación. Agradecer no
introduction.
solamente a la
And I would like
audiencia,
to thank not only the audience, but also to remember how wonderful it is to have once again Panama as the center
reflexiones en
of
torno a
discussions,
todas las
reflections
posibilidades que ofrece
around all the possibilities the
Latinoamérica y por
region
supuesto que no
of
podemos
Latin America
olvidar
offers. And of course, we couldn't
el
leave
tema
behind
la
the
innovación,
reflections around innovation,
justamente
digital transformation, and understand a little
estos
bit more from
gigantes,
the
¿no?
practices of these
Cómo impulsar
giants,
esa
how we
innovación.
can move ahead
Bienvenidos
in this
nuevamente a todos
transformation.
ustedes.
Once again, welcome. I would like
Algo
to
como
begin with a common
cuando
question
hablamos
for all
de
of you.
hacer
When
posible el
we talk
desarrollo
about
digital en América,
making this digital leap in Latin America
nos
possible,
referimos
what are
exactamente,
we referring to exactly?
iniciamos con Gloria. Gloria, me
Let's
parece
begin
que
with
es tu
Gloria.
turno.
Gloria, I would love to hear from you.
Bom, boa tarde a todos e todas.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Agradecer a oportunidade
I would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here with you talking about this very important topic. It's a huge honor. I represent the National Women's Forum,
e eu gostaria muito de agradecer porque nós lá
and I would
trabalhamos
really like to
seriamente as
thank you
mulheres
because we're doing a very serious work
também,
around the topic of women,
de se desenvolverem nos seus
mainly digitizing women as a way of helping them in their projects
Estamos aqui com a nossa
aimed at their
vice-presidente,
businesses. So thank you very much.
Obrigada.
We have our
Quanto
Vice
ao
President Janet
comentário,
and all the
eu
team.
acho que a gente
Well, with
precisa
regard to the question,
seriamente
Yandira,
pensar
we
principalmente
need to
que não é só
seriously think that a digital leap
nós
is not
aqui
something that happens from night to
ao
day.
longo dos anos,
We have
desde
already
50,
built
a gente
throughout the
falava de
years since the
tecnologia,
1950s,
digital e
we've
etc.
been talking about
Hoje essa é
technology,
outra pegada.
digital,
E
etc.
existe
Now
então uma
we
oportunidade imensa que a gente
are
está
facing AI.
nesse
So it's a
momento.
huge
Mas para
opportunity we
isso
have
nós
at this
temos
time
que
to give that major
pensar
leap. But for
como
that,
é que nós
it is
podemos
necessary
fazer
to think
enquanto país
exactly what we
essa
need to do
transformação.
as a country
Gracias,
so
Gloria.
that this becomes a reality. Thank you.
¿Qué es exactamente lograr ese salto
What is
competitivo?
exactly to have this digital leap in Latin America? Well,
Gracias por la
thank you
pregunta.
very much, Andita, for the question.
Bien, ¿no?
I
Perfecto.
think you can hear me well, right? Perfect.
Ajá.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank CAF and Eduardo Chamali for the invitation to participate in this panel and to congratulate the organizer of this forum, CAF, and the Government of Panama. It's so impressive. If I were to describe for us from Google what is a digital leap or how to measure the success of a digital leap, I would say that simply it is to use AI as a development tool, not only to measure success in terms of the technology we have, but how many public problems do we resolve with technology, how we transform people's lives, in this case, in a region, thanks to technology and artificial intelligence. And the good thing is that this is happening in Latin America. Recently, we launched a report. I invite you all to search for it and read it. It's called Our Life with AI. It's fascinating. It's a Google report with Ipsos. We conduct it annually, and the latest version of the report shows that 65% of people in countries such as Mexico, Chile, and 70% in Brazil include AI in their daily lives. That is, we are in the era of what we call hyper progress. AI is not an experimental technology, it's already integrated as a daily engine in our lives. And more importantly, why do you use it? 3 or 4 users in Latin America use it to educate themselves, to seek for knowledge. The results are spectacular. Latin America is at the vanguard in the use of AI compared to other regions. And we're also a region when there's a lot of optimism with respect to the opportunities AI can bring about. Our life in with AI, Google's and Ipsos. I invite you to read it. Thank you, Lenora. Jose Vicente, from your strategic role in Indra Group, what does it represent to give this digital leap in Latin America? Sorry, I think
auditorio? No.
we can't hear you.
¿Para tu micrófono?
Can we check your microphone?
Sí,
Not
necesito que
yet.
alguno de los chicos, por favor.
If some of the technicians can help us, perfect. We have you. Well, good afternoon. And first of all, I would like to thank Kat for this invitation. Before talking about technological leap, we need to define it. It's not to incorporate technologies for us in the Indra Group as a multinational Spanish company. For us, a technological leap is a state policy and it's a public private collaboration. Why is the digital leap necessary? From our standpoint, there are three geopolitical reasons at this moment. One, improvement in productivity. Two, to guarantee technological sovereignty and security. And three, to improve sustainable development of our countries. For that, what do we have to do? We have to prioritize, list, see what capabilities we have, and also to work with companies that ensures that sovereignty and that reliability in this transformational
Gracias,
leap.
Pedro, desde tu
Thank you,
rol como
Pedro. From your
vicepresidente
role
asignado.
as Vice President of Regulatory and Economic Foreign Affairs
Más
in Group
allá de la
OYCAN,
adopción
beyond
tecnológica para
the
hacer
technological
la
adoption per
transición
se,
digital.
what does a digital leap entail today? Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to CAF for this kind invitation to be here. Thank you, Yandira, for moderating the panel. Greetings to the colleagues that participate with me in this panel. Well, Wykin is present in 11 countries in Latin America. We take connectivity, entertainment, education to people. I would say that the main element so that AI or technology as such brings about a transformation, a meaningful transformation in the region, includes the contingent of less favored people, those that are left behind, that live in our region. The only way we can incorporate AI to our societies passes from offering education so that youth and even adults can use this powerful tool. AI has many versions. It can be a program that manipulates photography or to edit.
Como dice alguien, como dijo Eleonora, que permite que las personas puedan educarse más. Pero si uno no conoce cómo se usa una herramienta, es muy difícil hacer uso y provecho. Las condiciones que propone el doctor José Vicente, las tres condiciones estratégicas, necesitan del paso previo de la educación para el uso de la herramienta. Creo que ese es el aspecto fundamental desde nuestro punto de vista y de nuestra experiencia.
Sí, definitivamente, pues la academia es un jugador indiscutible. Pedro, quisiera continuar contigo porque en Wyken han anunciado una agenda de inversiones importantísima en conectividad, servicios digitales, contenidos y también alianzas estratégicas con actores globales como Amazon. Ahora, cuéntanos un poco más en torno a este mapa y cómo se conectan estas inversiones con el cierre de brechas en torno a la productividad.
Gracias por la pregunta. Wyken es un conglomerado de empresas que tiene su base en la televisión satelital. Nosotros tenemos presencia en 11 países, de México hacia América del Sur.
In South America.
Además tenemos, a lo largo de la historia, hemos
In
ofrecido
history, we have offered fiber connectivity. In the last year, we began investments through one of our subsidiaries called SAS,
por lo rápido,
SaaS meaning it's quick, where we're doing investments in fiber, both in Brazil as well as in some countries in Latin America. I mentioned Brazil and Peru as initial examples, but we are observing growth opportunities in the market in the whole region, even in countries where we don't have presence, just as Bolivia. At the same time, I would like to comment that for business reasons, we are the distributors of the Leo system of Amazon regarding satellite connectivity. This system, we will start distributing it from Argentina, from north to south, Argentina and Chile, initially Uruguay, Brazil, and gradually we will go upwards as satellites in orbit are completed. I think that to be able to offer a new competitor in the telecom sector and the connectivity will allow people that are nowadays distant or absolutely disconnected due to geographic conditions or financial reasons can incorporate themselves to the digital world. We understand that connectivity in countries such as Latin America with infrastructure, sorry for saying ainda, that still have possibilities of improving, allow the incorporation of contingents of society into this digital space that would be otherwise isolated. In any event, it is necessary to do a public-private effort and of the governments to give literature and education to these people to take advantage of this mechanism. Jose Vicente, you operate in transportation, defense, critical infrastructure. What common what commonalities have you identified in Latin America in terms of digitization, and how do you see these opportunities? Where do you see opportunities for this technological leap? Well, the good news is that patterns are quite common in all countries. Everybody has a digital urgency. We need to do it now. That is the reason why, from the Indra Group with CAF, yesterday we've signed an agreement so we can work jointly in accelerating that digital transformation. As you well said, there are sectors such as technological mobility, air traffic, areas such as security are key in this moment, and particularly implementation. The positive point of this and the objective is to improve the quality of public services and to improve the quality of life of citizens. For that, there are three fronts we need to tackle. One, data analysis. We need data. Second, to start thinking about artificial intelligence. I give you an example. Take any capital of any country and let's see, we have around 5,000 surveillance cameras. We need AI to value, to assess how to improve that security point by point. And this is done by integrating AI. We in the Indra Group, we're working, for example, with the police in Dubai in integrating Indra My, our platform. What does it do? It has a data and it helps to improve decision making. The third element is cybersecurity. That is, today, digital technology is working reactively, action reaction. Digital technology, this leap, we need to have an architecture because at the end, we are protecting critical infrastructures without being protected. That's the reason why we need to transversalize cybersecurity. That is a challenge Latin America has to face as other parts of the world are doing. And something important is to copy and not repeat the mistakes others have done. Of course, Eleonora, what have you identified from your position in Google as the most tangible advantages of AI for breaching these productivity gaps we've been talking about in the public and private sectors in Latin America? The main advantage we have is that unlike other regions, we don't have a technological debt that's so burdensome. So we can give that productivity leap and pass from the era of bureaucracy to call it somehow to efficiency faster by skipping steps. That's an advantage in general in the region. And the most tangible advantage AI has and technology at large to breach productivity gaps is democratization of the analytical capacity. It breaks entry barriers, meaning that an SME in any country in a region can have the same intelligence of a multinational, for example, to operate, and that the states can generate, as we usually say, in a report that I would invite you to read that we launched with Pricewaterhouse titled Artificial Intelligence at the Service of Governments. It generates a triple border of efficiency, fiscal efficiency, better public services, and a greater economic development. According to this report, it's interesting because we try to measure economically the impact of applying AI in the public sector. And what the report reveals is that the public sector promoted by AI can have its productivity by 3% and generate efficiencies of 3%. It's not a large figure, but it releases energy and productivity to generate other investments, for example, social investment in education, because as my colleague in the panel mentioned, education in the area of hyper progress and AI is fundamental. Examples of how we're integrating AI in partnership with countries and productive sectors in the region in three cases. First, Brazil. We're working with the police in Sao Paulo to analyze their records and reports of crimes that are registered each day to make better decisions and to have greater security for citizens. We'll work with El Salvador and CAF. In a case we feel proud of, the implementation of the Dr. SB system to care for 30,000 daily medical visits, changing healthcare and improving the lives of people very much. In a case where I have several colleagues in this forum that were the implementers. If somebody would like to know more about the case of El Salvador, just let me know. And finally, AI can also have an impact to help us to cater for critical issues that occur in a region. For example, things that have to do with climate change, the environment. Our flood hub system that is available worldwide and in most countries in the region allows to predict with at least 7 days in advance floods, and this saves lives. We have a system that allows us to monitor how fires are moving with maps. This was used recently during the devastating fires that occurred and have not yet been controlled in the Patagonia and Chile, particularly with a great impact. And of course, as a complement to the alerts that each of the governments have. So AI evidently is helping us to breach productivity gaps and also to resolve critical issues the region has today. Thank you, Eleonora. Gloria, before beginning the panel, in an informal way, we were saying that these issues seem ephemeral and foreign, perhaps, and that part of the challenge of this road we have to traverse is to make it or bring it closer to all sectors in the region. From your role, what factors do you feel are decisive to unblock efficiencies in terms of productivity as of digital transformation? Well, we've been briefly speaking about that, and it's very relevant to talk about three factors mainly. When we talk about artificial intelligence, there are other topics, not only AI per se. It's well known nowadays that AI accelerates processes. And when we talk about digital, we talk about robots and bots too. We have three major challenges when we talk about digitization: acceleration, productivity, and we also have the challenge that is people. For instance, a worker that still has an analog vision and we need to transform their mindset to digital. How can we do that? I will briefly talk about how we put together a process to cover all of this. We have infrastructure as well. Nowadays in Brazil, we have the capability in Latin America to put together an infrastructure of call centers in order to connect everyone. We have faced this as a major challenge because we need to work in infrastructure from the government side because of the work we do to have an impact and to see what can be contributed with in Latin America with service provision that will change the course of Latin America and the Caribbean. There's another very important point, which is the topic of data. Pedro mentioned that when we talk about AI, we're talking about data, and data are fundamental in order to be able to work with AI so that you have a perspective for citizens and for services. Another important point is the government. When we talk about the state, the role is to connect everything. The state is charged with connecting everything to be able to deliver results in terms of digital work. We have a program called Digital Brazil 30 Plus. It's a movement aimed at connecting all the actions on infrastructure, strategy, who we want to be, what technology do we need, and can talk about Brazil, but we can talk about Latin America, people, training, digital inclusion, and the business environment, which is another point we need to cover very well because we create legislations that oftentimes don't develop technology. We can't stop technology. We need to use it and draft laws accordingly. Technology is not just a result. People are important. People need to learn about technology. This should be available for all the population, not only thinking about schools, the school system. We also need to consider those who are not in school currently and productivity. There is a large difference when we talk about major companies and small enterprises in Brazil. We have over 90% are SMEs, and digitization is not as strong as for the government. We need to educate SMEs so that they can enter the digital world, so that they can increase their productivity with processes. That implies artificial intelligence, robotics, and future movements. Thank you. This is a common reflection for our table, for Jose Vicente and for Pedro, perhaps moving away from the conversation. What is your outlook with respect to how dialogue occurs between public sector with the private sector, including the role of multilateral agencies such as CAF in terms of funding everything that has to do with projects for developing technology and infrastructure? Could you share your perspective from your own sector, Jose Vicente? Well, for us, it's very simple. We could sign an agreement with GAF. We are convinced that would be good news. One of the elements we are seeing is speed. right? We know that one of the main elements is financing. And it's also important to have companies that generate trust. We have 20,000 professionals in the region, and we would like to be that technological partner. And from now on, apply the different elements because at the end, trust is very important for citizens. If there is no trust, there is no sustainable digitization and no investment. So we need to ensure that. And in all this movement, let's not forget cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is like the shell that protects a different digitization elements. An element I'm observing in Latin America is that there are many infrastructures that move in digital platforms, but the level of protection is not good. If we don't protect these infrastructures, what we will generate is a lack of trust. So the opposite effect is being produced. So it's very important to have this collaboration and this financing with CAF in order to accelerate rapidly that transformation within society. Thank you, Jose Vicente. Pedro, what is your outlook with respect to how you see this dialogue between these three sectors? And also, I would like to ask you for enabling infrastructure, regulation, or talent. Which one do you consider should be approached first to facilitate this scaling of digital investment? I have to agree with what Dr. Jose Vicente said. Confidence is an essential element. First and foremost, to enable investment in infrastructure. Investment of any nature, by the way. The essential point is that confidence or trust not only refers to what we used to know as the rule of law. Confidence has to do with other expectations with respect to the conduction of economic policies. It also has to do with the aspects Jose Vicente mentioned with regard to cybersecurity or, furthermore, physical security of certain infrastructures. Once this topic has been resolved, the next element is investment in infrastructure. Infrastructure that will allow to connect people and somehow make the economic process more efficient. Finally, I would say that in our field there is enough talent and it's clear that it is necessary to educate more. Now, the concern would be to educate not only the talent we already have, but the talent that is still not prepared to use the infrastructure. That is a true challenge. I think that would be my comment. Thank you. Thank you. Eleonora, how do you consider that knowledge, technology, and infrastructure are integrated from Google so that the strategies amongst governments, companies, and the region have the necessary conditions to generate an impact? Can you hear me? I will touch upon several of the topics we have already touched upon. In order to generate a sustainable and profound impact, what we need, like my colleague said, a strong public private partnership. And that partnership has to work on three key pillars: education, infrastructure, and enabling public policies environment. First, we need to educate to take digital skills to all the sectors so that they are prepared for an economy that will be promoted by AI. We from Google are totally committed in this path, and I know that many other countries, fortunately, likewise, because we need to take digital skills to all sectors. For example, in December, we began, well, were in the Guinness record. Why? Because we had a virtual classroom, the largest hybrid AI classroom connecting 50 universities, thousands of students in universities in 9 countries. Also, last year we deployed 120,000 scholarships for our AI courses and career certifications Google has in the region, and approximately 70% of the graduates modify their labor reality to find a better job thanks to their digital skills. We announced a donation of $1 million to train NGOs because we also want to take AI to organizations that are resolving the most critical issues such as education, work, and poverty in our region. The second pillar, infrastructure. We need to build a physical foundation so that our region competes. We emphasize this point. Once again, Google is totally committed. We have investment in underwater cables. Last year, we announced the first route that will be connecting South America with Asia Pacific, Humboldt, in partnership with the government of Chile, and that is another cable like Firmina and Curie that connects with the US. We have clouds and 2 data centers, one in Uruguay, another one in Chile. We are building a more robust infrastructure in our region. Finally, enabling environments was also mentioned. How of the rules of the game should be in the era of AI. We think that jointly we have to develop public policies that don't hinder innovation, that allow us to experiment and mitigate risks, but in an open fashion based on data and reasonable. No fragmentation to have a harmonized regulation in the region, interoperable, second, open and safe data that my colleague mentioned, um, cloud-based mindset. Why? Because clouds and cloud-based systems, cloud first, is the door of entry for deploying AI. I'm sure that if we all work together for developing talent and the inclusion of all the sectors for taking advantage of AI in infrastructure and in enabling environments, Latin America will be able to be an architect in the global era, the era of AI. Thank you, Leonora. Well, we have 6 minutes left to wrap up, and I would like each one of you to reflect, looking at the future from now to 5, 10 years. How do you think Latin America should look like in terms of productivity and insertion in global digital economy in a scenario for achieving this digital leap? I'll begin with you. I'm so sorry. I'm listening to my own voice. I have to switch a device. First of all, would like to say that in order to make a digital uh, leap, we need safety and confidence. It's fundamental that when we talk about digitizing, when you put your money in the bank, you think that that money will take care of itself. Why? Because the financial system, the banking financial system, has been able to generate good security in place, like Pedro said initially. It generated this security in data integrity. So you need not be afraid. The issue of respect for privacy. Nobody uh, um, meddles with your accounts. Transparency and being able to traceability. We need to have this very well consolidated in all the areas, in the different areas in order to generate credibility. I think that perhaps in 5 to 10 years, what we would need to look into is scalability and productivity in order to reduce costs and to generate employability. We talk about training developing skills. We train, but if somebody is trained, that person will not necessarily enter into a space where they have digital competencies. We need to work together, both schools as well as training centers, to use these trainees so that they can be used in a more productive manner. I think that in 5 and 10 years, we will no longer be talking about this. It will be automatic. You leave your school and you go directly to a company. Regarding in the increase in vacancies in technology, we think this will grow more and more. We have te- quantum technologies. We need to bring about this movement and also be a benchmark in Latin America for technology. Nowadays, we see there are countries that are benchmarks, and we don't have a horizon, a clear horizon in terms of technology. We don't have a strategy to become an international benchmark. These were my comments, and thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to so many important people in this forum. We hope that our region can become a benchmark. Why not? We have many talents in Silicon Valley, for example, creating, innovating with these marvelous startups. Now we'll close with Eleonore and the rest of the panel members. 2 minutes, your final reflections. In addition to what Gloria said, I think that AI has the potential to level the ground for everyone and to give that productivity leap and to become a global benchmark, like you said. Talent, push, and innovation. We have it in the region. We don't lack it. On the contrary, what do we need? That the public sector adopts AI. They need to be the example, and that AI in public services is able to give more agile public services, improve the lives of citizens, and a productivity leaps. Work together in talent infrastructure and in environments of enabling public policies to make reality this in less than 5 years. A shorter horizon that Latin America is a beacon of light in the use, the creative use of AI at the service of everyone. Thank you. Jose Vicente, please. Well, I won't like to repeat myself. To talk about 5 to 10 years would be the ideal world because there's an important element. It's to be agile. The world changes too swiftly. That's why it is so important to have strategic public private agreements between states and companies. In order to be agile in all this transformation we need to bring about, I have confidence in the region. We have talent, there's a need, and there is scalability. The consequence, the objective, very clear. We need to have more efficient states, greater productivity, and more resilient infrastructure. I think that if we have a clear roadmap and that this roadmap allows us to evolve with the appropriate geopolitical environment, we will reach to a safe port. Thank you, Pedro. Final remarks. Thank you. I would like to say that I am an eternal optimist, like all the panel members and here in this room. Optimism is what makes us leave our homes every day. In 5, 10 years, considering the speed of change in technology, the increase of computing technologies, our region will be better positioned to face the challenges of a changing world. I think that we need to consider, in any case, that we have to include the traditionally forgotten pockets of the population, campesino, peasant women, the least favored, the group of people that live in situations of social vulnerability, to allow these people to have access to these mechanisms. Since I'm optimistic and eternal optimistic, I think that the roadmaps have to be constructed by each and every one of us in our daily lives. I think that partnerships, public private partnerships, alliances to bring about programs are constructed based on the company's plans and government plans as well. And I believe this will bear fruit as technology is more and more omnipresent in our lives. Finally, I have a final comment on optimism. Societies can be corrected and societies improve on their own. We see the impact of the instantaneous nature of information in elements such as the construction of better democracies. It's clear that there are other dangers one could mention, but instant information also allows society to move for the better. And today we're living better than 10 years ago. And most certainly in 10 more years, we will be living better than today. That's my optimistic reflection. And thank you all for being here. Thank you. Would like to thank each of our panel members for giving life to this space, a very important and interesting conversation. Those that have not had the possibility of accompanying us can see the deferred transmission through CAF's YouTube channel. Thank you. Excellent participation. The official picture, please, very quickly, before we continue, because we have the next group of guests ready. Well, thank you for sharing with us your valuable experiences. Now we will be talking about the Latin America and the Caribbean's potential in terms of marine biodiversity and how this can have an impact in economies. We would like to remind you that you can watch us through different platforms. Please confirm if you can listen to us. And are we okay? Remember, there are three options for interpretation services: Spanish, English, and Portuguese. We bid farewell to a previous panel. I would like to invite the manager for climate action and positive biodiversity from CAF. We will be talking in the next panel on blue economy, leading ocean action from Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to say good afternoon to Mrs. Alicia Montalvo, manager of biodiversity for CAF. Alicia, we receive you with a big hand. She will be the moderator of the next panel. Thank you for your time and participation. And I would also like to invite our next guests and panel members. I will begin by inviting Cynthia Persona, Deputy Global Director of the Program of Oceans in the World Sources Institute, who is accompanying us in this meeting. Cynthia, good afternoon. Please, you're welcome. We have Jair Uriola, Executive Secretary of the Marine Corridor of the East Tropical Corridor. Good afternoon, Mr. Jair Uriola. Thanks for being with us. I would also like to welcome the Chilean Senator, Ricardo Lagos, who's with us in the panel. Mr. Ricardo, uh, good afternoon. Welcome. Remember, we have streaming, and we have the former Minister of the Environment of Colombia, Carlos Eduardo Correa. I would like to thank all of them for their time and participation. Ransom Bell, Director of the Center of Excellence in Oceanography and Blue Economy of Antigua and Barbuda, who is accompanying us in this edition. I leave you now the coordination of this panel, Alicia Montalvo, Positive Biodiversity Program of CAF. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for your time. And please, the best of success. Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear us in this system, which is a bit complex for being able to interact with those that are listening to us. Feel free to react so that we know if you're listening to us. Well, it's a true satisfaction for me to be able to moderate this panel on a topic we consider key within the context of this International Economic Forum. The topic is the positioning of Latin America and the Caribbean in the global scenario, and precisely the topics linked to the ocean are a great opportunity for this positioning. The region, as we know, has a surface of marine ecosystem, coastline ecosystems that are truly relevant. It is also very important from an economic standpoint. A significant number of communities depend on fishing resources, on tourism, and I would like to give a very brief introduction as to why for CAF the sector is so important. We, as a green bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, consider ourselves the blue bank as well. And we've established a commitment of dedicating a significant volume of resources for this agenda. This commitment began in 2022 to dedicate 1,150 million to this agenda. The commitment was for this year, for 2026, and we are very satisfied to inform that we not only complied with it, but we exceeded it with resources dedicated to projects for avoiding ocean contamination, topic linked to the restoration and conservation of coastline marine ecosystems, topic linked to the fishing sector. So in summary, a broad variety of sectors that are linked to the sustainable blue economies. This year in NISA, we began with a new commitment of duplicating this contribution, and we will dedicate $2,500 million, or that is 2.5 billion, for this agenda. For that, we have developed strategy for sustainable blue economy that covers different sectors. I must also point out the importance for CAF of this topic. We have a blue taxonomy. We are one of the few multilateral institutions that has a taxonomy that's perfectly well integrated into our green taxonomy, and that's the reason why these resources will be used for protecting coastline marine ecosystems, topics related to blue energy that are so important, projects linked to tourism, recreation that are a fundamental economic source for the region, particularly for Caribbean states, projects linked to infrastructure and maritime transportation, where we are working with initiatives for decarbonization of the sector, and of course, issues related to innovation and technology, which we believe is an important topic to cover in this panel. Therefore, I'm satisfied to have this rich and varied representation of people that have dedicated time both in their professional careers as well as in the role they're playing right now to this ocean economy or blue economy. I would like to begin by asking Cynthia Barsuna, with whom we are working in the ocean program, precisely how she sees the importance of instruments that allow to integrate the actions of countries in ocean matters, particularly sustainable ocean plans, in which we are currently working on. If you could comment, what is your vision in terms of this general point, blue economy as an engine for economies? How do you see the role of these plans, and what is your vision of the challenges the region has to face in terms of blue economies? Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Alicia. A cordial welcome to everyone. I would like to thank CAF for this invitation and, of course, the panel members as well. It's an honor to share with you in this conversation. For me, when we talk about blue sustainable economy in Latin America and the Caribbean, the true challenge is not how to choose between conservation and development. Actually, the challenge is to order the ocean space so that nature, investment, people can prosper together. Maritime ordering, particularly sustainable ocean plans, which is what we have been promoting for the region, under the sponsorship of the Oceanic Panel, comprised of 19 countries that represent 50% of the coastlines in the world, amongst which, of course, Latin America is represented, and we hope that many more countries join this challenge of managing in a sustainable fashion waters under their national jurisdictions with sustainable plans. These are economic planning instruments. So it's a good moment to touch this topic here so that we can talk about the implications of this, how to reduce risk, how to bring about participation of the private sector, how to avoid conflict between sectors like fishing, energy, ports, tourism. How can we generate that predictability for long-term investment? How does the capital flow? It flows where there's clarity. That is precisely what sustainable ocean plans bring to the equation. A blue economy, in order for it to be sustainable, is not only about extracting less, it's about regenerating more. Mangroves, reefs. I won't talk about this because I know Carlos Correa will talk about that. But it's about coastline resilience, employment, local employment, particularly in coastlines that are the poorest zones in Latin America. And of course, nature based solutions. We need to begin to see them as economic assets. That's what they are at the end of the day. These are economic assets that can dynamize the economy of a region. Latin America and the Caribbean cannot be seen as a vulnerable region. It should be seen as a region that coordinates solutions for a global blue economy. Over 25% of the world biodiversity is here. What will we do with this capital that we have? There are experience done before us that show there's a virtue in thinking in this way. We have the case of Semar. I know that the next panel member will talk about that. We have success stories in the region that we can replicate in a very efficient way. The main bottleneck is implementation, not the ambition. We have the ambition. Financing has to be aligned to national plans. We need institutional strengthening. We need technical assistance and early assistance. We need a blue economy that generates, well, it's generating trillions. It's more than land, what it generates, and we are not paying attention to it. Why? This is a time where we need to have this open discussion. We have isolated projects. There's no integrated ocean planning that allows us to have that scale at a national and regional level. A healthy ocean is not the result of growth, it's a condition for growth to be sustainable. Clarity attracts investment, and disorder basically shoos them away. Blue economy is one of the few agendas that connects economic growth, climate action, and biodiversity. 814 is one strategy. It's not the lack of strategies, but clear plans. We just heard about this. Alicia was commenting that all of us together, $2.5 billion for blue economy, she said. But these are not bankable projects if we don't have maritime and spatial ordering and integration of these plans and a long-term strategy. I have very few minutes left, so basically, to conclude, we need institutional strengthening, technical capacity, integrated capacities, financing mechanisms aligned, regional collaboration to scale solutions, the attraction of capital, a blue economy that's regenerative. It can offer food safety, climate resilience, social well being. And this is an opportunity now more than ever. And thanks to CAF for supporting Ocean Action 2030 for being one of the leading institutions that's making the change. They helped us with the blue taxonomy, revolutionary. They've helped us with putting on the table these 2.5 billion. Now I think it's a task for all of us to strengthen through sustainable ocean plans that give us clear governance rules, certainty for investment, that organize the different uses of the ocean to reduce conflicts on this use. Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. I think that you put on the table the need of integrating actions, the need of having this joint outlook. Now let's move on to ask Jairo Urriola, the Pacific West Eastern Marine Corridor, the initiative of CAF. It was a pioneer institution assigning funds so that this could function successfully. Some initiatives have been put in place in Panama, Ecuador, and Costa Rica. And Haid, could you please share with us precisely how conservation actions in terms of ecological connectivity coordinated through coastline areas, as is the case of this corridor, can contribute not only to the protection of the corridor, but also to set the foundation for a blue economy for the region beyond the corridor itself. Thank you, Jai. Thank you, Alicia, and a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank God for this opportunity to participate in this important panel. For us, the tropical Pacific, which is this important marine space born in Baja California Sur all the way to Peru, where the Pacific Maritime Corridor, or CEMAR, is a voluntary initiative managed by 4 countries, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia. We're in coordination, which is protected marine areas that are 11. The most emblematic one is Isla Coco in Colombia, Coiba in Panama, Colombia Mapelo in Colombia, and Galapagos in Ecuador generate a space of coordinated work and connectivity. So for us, the topic of blue economies not necessarily begins with economic or financial markets or investment. It begins in coordination and in joint work. And this work has been carried out for 21 years. I have Mr. Carlos at my left and Cynthia to my right that have participated actively representing Colombia and Costa Rica from the Ministries of the Environment in this important space of the Pacific Marine Corridor, this tropical marine corridor, and SEMAR in the framework of blue economies, and with the strong support we've received on a coalition of donors, where CAF was the first one that raised his hand to support this important joint work, has betted at the topic of blue economies to generate an attention to what Cynthia said in her previous intervention, to be able to have this strategic plan, not only a plan of action 2025-2035 that we approve for the work we'll be doing for the next 10 years, but now tasking ourselves with a regional plan of blue economy so that in the next 5 years, aligned to the plan of action, that we can work in this important matter in our tropical maritime corridor. This is linked to political decisions as well. CEMAR was born as a voluntary initiative of countries where the 4 Ministry of the Environment of these countries coordinate, but now it's given a big leap. First, we've established an executive secretariat with headquarters that's now in Panama. I have the honor to coordinate for the next 4 years, but we're also sitting on a table to negotiate a binding agreement that will allow the countries not only to work in blue economies and in the other areas we work in a more formal way, but it will also allow others, observers or other countries, to be a part of this important work that we're doing in the region. Here's where resource management, science management, here many scientific decisions are made. That's very important as well within the framework of blue economy. SEMAR also works with biodiversity, fisheries, undeclared, illegal fisheries, non-regulated fishery. In terms of control and surveillance, obviously everything around this important northern star, which is blue economy. We said that CAF is a green bank. It's greenish blue. And we're talking about blue economy in the green room. Very coincidental. It's key for the work we're doing with CAF. Our four countries have made significant advancement in topics such as control, surveillance, monitoring of invasive species, topics related to equipment of monitoring centers in the region. Now, the challenge we have in the next stage is to see how these centers communicate with each other so they can work with greater efficiency and coordination. That is key for us in this work. And that is key in order to generate a true blue economy within the framework of the Tropical East Marine Corridor to reach the next level. Will allow us not only with CAF, with other partners we have very important, such as the Air Fund that has been part of the coalition for many years, and with the scientific work that Migramar brings to the table, or Wailea, or Ocean Mind. All this joint work that has been carried out allows us today to be here and that we can give the next steps. And obviously, blue economies are the foundation. Now, within the framework of this new program, we have with GEF 8, we will prepare our own regional plan in blue economies. There are many challenges, opportunities, and we're clear that thanks to the support we receive from the authorities of our four countries that we can generate discussion spaces. Today, as a coincidence, there were three of the four ministers of Panama. Panama, Ecuador, and Colombia. The three were here. We practically had a ministerial committee of SEMAR present. That's the importance of these spaces, and we thank CAF for being able to coincide here and work with you. I'm sure we will continue doing so. A brief overview, Alicia, so that we don't take more time and give space to the rest of the colleagues. Thank you, Haid, and congratulations for how SEMAR is working and how it's being dynamized. You have three of your ministers here, and also a person that was a former minister and that promoted this coalition very much. Once you enter this world of sustainable blue economy, you never look back, fortunately. Carlos, you've been working on blue economy, but particularly you've been involved with mangroves that for CAF, as you know, is a prioritized ecosystem. We're working with mangroves in certain initiatives, particularly with the network of Pingüeras women that harvest conch. Their work allows them to preserve mangroves, an important initiative within the framework of the Colombian fund. There's $15 million for the protection of biomangroves. We know that mangroves fulfill an essential role. We're just getting started talking about this worldwide, but you're one of the persons that is leading these initiatives with the mangrove breakthrough. So, in addition to referring to the importance of international cooperation, like Jair said, could you share with us what are the challenges linked to the conservation of marine ecosystems, particularly mangroves? Challenges, possibilities of joint action, please. Going back to the context of what we listened to before in terms of sustainable ocean plans and SEMAR, everything complements each other. Here, we can see nothing is moving on its own. Here, we have to see everything as a whole. And finally, how leads us to have economic development. Because, as a friend once said, a leader in Guyana last year said that conservation without money is conversation. And here we have the challenge of preserving, protecting, caring for, but at the core, there has to be economic development. And here is where communities that are part of the protection of these ecosystems come in. And mangroves. Mangroves are not foreign to this. These are coastline marine ecosystems. And in addition, they have a huge role in protection, resilience, and adaptation to climate change. They protect coastlines from erosions, hurricanes, climatic effects, and over 50% of marine biodiversity is produced in mangroves. And practically 50% of the world population nowadays lives at 100 kilometers from coastlines. So it also has to do with food safety. The Mangrove Breakthrough was born as a conservation initiative of 100% of the mangroves of the planet. So you just have an idea. We have 15 million hectares of mangroves in the whole planet. 15 million hectares. I always ask people, what do you think? Do you think it's a lot or little? They say, a lot. No, it's the size of the state of Colombia. The Amazon state has 15 million hectares. That's all we have. But there's an enormous fragmentation. So the Mangrove Breakthrough was born as the initiative to protect 15 million hectares, restore half of what has been lost in the last 30 years. We've lost 800,000 hectares to restore half, 400,000, double protection, and seek for $4 billion by 2030 to carry out the plan. That is what the breakthrough is doing. What are the challenges? Like Alicia said, now we have 48 governments that are part of this. CAF was the first bank, multilateral that is, and the financial system to sign the endorsement to the mangrove breakthrough. They're part of the mangrove breakthrough. That is a commitment that has helped us a lot. So the challenge today is how to structure these projects, like Cynthia said, the scale of the projects, how to structure them, how to have a pipeline in order to take them to financing. On the contrary, they will just be talk. We have to do. What is the pipeline projects? That is what we're doing today. We're identifying them to be able to focus ourselves. Nowadays, with the countries that are part of the breakthrough, we have 60% of the mangroves of the planet committed. Indonesia is the number one country. They just signed. They have 3.5 million hectares of mangrove, practically 25% of the mangroves. So challenges. Project pipeline to finance and seek for international cooperation, the financial sector, commercial banking, a blended finance. Everybody's talking about blended financing today. Private sector, public sector, multilateral banks, but also mechanisms such as a carbon markets. Mangroves and marine ecosystems capture carbon. It's known as blue carbon, and mangroves capture 5 times more than a tree from a tropical forest. They store 10 times more than a forest, a dry tropical forest or others. So it's a big opportunity. Closing the topic, what to do with marine corridors. And we have Gustavo Manriquez, former Minister of Environment of Ecuador, with whom we've worked a lot in this corridor. Cynthia and Andrea from Costa Rica in their own time. Panama, in my case as a minister that had this big opportunity. So the concern and the challenge would be, well, we did the protection of important areas. Now, how will this generate economic development for the community? Because it's the economy of tourism, ecotourism, nature tourism. You talked about monitoring, Jair, how the technology Alicia mentioned can be incorporated, how this will create models of companies and startups from now on. Or, for example, what will happen with sustainable fishing and diving, etc. A number of things that will leave economic development behind. Challenge, seek for money, structure the projects in order to very quickly do this, because the obstacle we have nowadays is speed. Times are not moving at the speed we need them to move. And Alicia, at the end, if we have time, a topic you like, coastline erosion, not only mangroves, nature-based solutions, but the impact coastline erosion has, climate change has. For example, in developing tourism in many zones, something we are seeing in Colombia, in the Pacific and the Atlantic. I will leave my reflections at that. Thank you for sharing this reflection. I think you've touched upon important topics in the discussion. One of them is precisely financing, how to capture financing to protect resources like mangroves or in general blue economies. I think that an important change is happening in the vision of oceans as a source of resources and also as a victim of current economic models. And all this has economic implications that until recently we've begun to incorporate in risk systems. Banking is looking into that. It's a very important topic because this is a different stage now where politics has a lot to do, that is politicians. So now Ricardo Lagos, Chile, is a global benchmark in terms of oceans. In the Altamar Treaty, they played a very important role. I would like to commend that this treaty has entered in force a few days ago. That is something everybody should celebrate. It will not be easy to implement it, but it's a huge achievement, particularly now that multilateralism complicates things, or well, the other way around. Easy, but some don't want to see it that way. So, Ricardo, could you share with us from your experience as a senator what public policies, what partnerships can promote the protection of marine spaces so that people can see this is a source of wealth, economic growth? How do you see it from the perspective of the political activity of a country such as Chile that's so committed? Thank you, Alicia, for those introductory remarks. I would like to thank for participating in CAF. It's my second time in this regional event. This is a very relevant forum to be able to exchange experiences face to face. Yes, I was a senator, but I see former minister, former local authorities. So here it's full of politicians, people from Bahia sitting here, where politics has increasingly awakened to the importance of ocean conservation as the rest of the population, the protection of oceans. And its importance as we advance in time, we discover, we detect where problems lie. Initially, we've talked about conservation. Then we say, well, conservation is not the exclusive term. Then conservation of species and biodiversity is not only 2,000 miles off the coastline, and then financing, how to finance. One thing is conservation, and this is something that we have in Chile. 43% of our exclusive protective zone are protected. Something is to protect it by decree, but after you have a protected area, its management comes next, its implementation. And something very important, as Jair and Carlos said, that is fundamental. This has to be done with communities that live by the sea, and sometimes they are of two different types. Some are large scale, in a and deep waters where there is an element to consider, but smaller communities, artisanal fishing, from microtourism, from collecting, and this if this is not considered, none of these policies will see light. There is an important element. You talked about financing that's always present. I think it's not always present, but I understand your point when you say you have to look at blue economy as something sustainable as a way of transforming coastline resources into a sustainable economic activity, and if I can use the expression, that allow local communities to eat. I have concrete experiences. We've been working in a protected maritime area, expand the Juan Fernandez area, the island of Robinson Crusoe. So we're trying to expand the protected marine area. And dwellers ask for it. The lobster fishers are asking for this protection. We have the experience that CAF is actively participating in Pitipalena and the Patagonia in the southern part of Chile with financial support. Financing is there. But if I cannot involve local communities, in spite of having funds, people don't know about biodiversity credits, but people do understand that they're able to have a management plan. If they have an enforcement plan, that's very important. Once again, things in writing are useful, but if we don't have resources to protect, cash is nothing. And that community in Quitipalena, in the south of Chile, understand that there are restrictions and limitations. That's in favor of sustainability and growth. I can't promise someone that we can preserve their environment if that conservation implies taking them away from their environment. And that has cost a kilo, as we say in Chilean, to it to penetrate in parts of the society, Chile in general. But this protection, you talked about the BBNJ. The positive outlook I have of the BBNJ is that the international context, UN, I think it was in 2023 in June, adopted unanimously that treaty. 2 years later, a significant number of signatories increased, and now it's in force. Half of the glass is full. In spite of all the difficulties at the international level to agree on many topics, this treaty has seen light. I don't say it because I like law. I think it's one of the most significant advancement in terms of international law that we have in recent years globally. There are multilateral, bilateral agreements, regional fishery agreements, but the impact this has, it's half of the glass is full. The other half, caring for the process. And if you will allow me another reflection before I ran out of time, the conservation agenda has to be envisioned. It's gone from less to more permanently. Now we're talking about blue economy. This was unthinkable. First, we talked about climate change, the Paris Accord. It was difficult to introduce a topic. And now, what we have to do are two things. You mentioned it very diplomatically. At a multilateral level, the system is weakened for many years, but it's seriously threatened. So we need to concern ourselves and we need to advance in mangroves, conservation. What we have to advance in the agenda, we need to prepare ourselves in an intelligent way to defend the progress made. I think there's a consensus that climate change is a reality. There's a consensus that renewable energies are important. We've talked about offshore wind energy, motor, marine. If we believe in that, we need to defend it. It's something that I thought belonged to the past can come back again. So I think that we, as of our understanding in the region, all these agreements, I see the quarter in 4 or 5 countries. I think that we need to get organized in order to act jointly and very important to intelligently defend advancements done in terms of global governance. Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. I think that the topic of involving communities is key in everything that has to do with the fight against climate change. In terms of blue economy, very clearly, the experiences you commented are of a lot of interest. But if there is a subregion, or rather a region, that has a dependence on the ocean, it is the Caribbean. From CAF, we've been growing. We understand that the Caribbean and the ocean are closely linked, that vulnerability in terms of climate change is truly important for these countries. So, well, from your experience, Mr. Benson, could you share with us how, from the Caribbean, can we work in topics of blue economy, how to promote a blue economy that goes beyond traditional tourism, but rather work on innovation, generating opportunities for development that can truly prevail and last in time, and how to guarantee financial stability, please.
Thank you so much for that very interesting question. And thank you to CAF for allowing me to be a part of this very informed panel. So as you mentioned in the Caribbean, um, tourism has been a very strong driver of economic growth. In the smaller islands, for example, tourism contributes up to 85% of GDP and employs up to 90 to 95% of inhabitants. Um, and so there is an over dependence on your traditional sun, sea, and sand. And as you mentioned, tourism is very vulnerable to climate change. Our beaches are being washed away. We have hurricanes that come through every summer. Um, we have sargassum that coats our beaches with foul smelling gases. We also have geopolitical shocks. A few weekends ago, the entire region, the airspace was closed. And COVID 19 was a wake up call. The cruise ships stopped coming, the airplanes stopped coming. So, how can we transition away from traditional sun, sea, and sand into the blue economy? Um, in in the Caribbean, we have small islands. Populations are normally less than 200,000, some as low as 50, 40,000. Um, and these small island developing states are some of the most vulnerable states. However, we have large exclusive economic zones. For example, in Antigua and Barbuda, our ocean space is over 300 times the land space. So how can we exploit this new blue economy to further economic development of our countries? And so this is where we need to pivot to high value, low impact industries, like, for example, um, sustainable fisheries. Many of our fishermen, they still fish reef fish, quite low value. Can we transition to fishing pelagics, where you can fetch up to 6 times the cost of a reef fish? Can we heard a lot about blue bonds and carbon sequestration, carbon storage in our mangroves, in our seagrass beds. However, in the region, we're not quite there with measuring, quantifying our coastal ecosystems and quantifying how much carbon do we actually store in these systems. And so the difficulty of then approaching carbon markets is there for all to see. And we heard earlier that marine spatial planning is critical. How do we reduce conflict between users of the ocean as we move to blue economy? You don't want to have your tourism interacting with fisheries. I have a colleague who runs a dive shop, and when he's diving, fish hooks are coming down on his head. And so this marine spatial planning is very, very important to exploit the blue economy. We heard about financing. Many of our small islands, we're not ODA eligible, and so we're not able to access some of this developmental funding. And this is because the measure of GDP per capita is quite a flawed measurement. We would like to move to a more multi-vulnerability index, where you look at access to education, access to healthcare, access to water, etc., among other parameters, as a measure of your access to developmental aid, which can drive the blue economy. And just wrapping up, capacity building. This is where the Center of Excellence for Oceanography and the Blue Economy that I'm heading is focused on, not just capacity building of academics, but capacity building within the government sector, the departments that are responsible for monitoring and policing our ocean space. They need help and capacity building to be confident, to enforce the laws that we have on the books. We heard that declaring marine spatial protected areas on the books is quite easy, but how do you actually monitor? How do you manage these spaces? And so I will wrap up with those few thoughts.
Muchas gracias, Bel. Yo creo que el tema de la innovación financiera, la innovación también de los sistemas económicos.
Thank you. I think that financial assessment are challenges we need to overcome. Multilateral banking, CAF is there. We have also issued a blue bond. We're working with blue carbons, but precisely we need to break and change paradigms. We have 5 minutes left. Could the 5 panel members in 1 minute give us a general idea of how the region, how Latin America and the Caribbean can exploit this potential in terms of blue economies so that the leadership of the region can be materialized as opportunities for the countries and for communities? Cynthia, please. Very quickly. 92% or more of global warming are received and absorbed by the ocean. However, it's our main ally for fighting against climate change and the loss of biodiversity. It's perfect for the topic at hand of economy. So, if we turn our eyes to the ocean with such a rich area with over 35% of the biodiversity of the world, and if only in ocean-based solutions we could reduce emissions of a third of what is required, I think that it's strategic, it's fundamental that the region has strategic planning that is comprehensive, where we don't have conflictive use of the ocean, as was commented, somebody diving and another one fishing on top of their head. That's an example. It's a small example, but it reflects how to focalize sustainable tourism and fishing, mechanisms for protected marine areas, how the biological corridor of Samar can be implemented and bring about benefits at the end of the day to people and nature. I'll stop here. Sustainable ocean plans is my message. That's the alternative for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, and with your help, positioning of leaders in the region in the great international debates. Jair, your vision. Thank you, Alicia. I think that Latin America in general, the Caribbean, the Pacific, and of course the Atlantic require more political will, coordination, and effective work. With these three components, we can move ahead everything we proposed to ourselves. Senator Lagos said it was important to open communication channels. They're open. We have the CPPS. It's the same space, similar to ours, more to the southeast, with whom we're having conversations. Chile assumes the secretariat of the CPPS, and the headquarters will be in Guayaquil. We will soon be visiting um, Ambassador Salvador to open communication channels that are important, respecting the spaces of each one, but coordinating. And we've seen being doing the same in the Caribbean. We're invited to Cartagena in the last meeting within the framework of the Agreement of Cartagena with all the sectors involved in the oceanic part of Cartagena to show what CEMAR has been doing. We are a voluntary initiative, but it's advanced a lot in these years. I think will, coordination, and teamwork can move this topic ahead. Thank you. Very clear messages. Mr. Correa, please. Alicia, I don't want to be repetitive. I will focus on a finance topic 100%. Latin America, the Caribbean has shown worldwide that it's innovative in each of the instruments it uses and structures for marine and coastline conservations. We saw it in Galapagos with debt swap, the biggest one done for the protection of this protected area. We see it in Panama with carbon neutral country. We see it in Costa Rica with all the track record conservation of its ecosystems has, both marine as well as land protection. So all of this is what is resounding worldwide. And now I think that the opportunity is to continue to innovate, but in financial instruments, which is what CAF is doing, headed by you and Sergio. How to structure these projects, how to show the countries in the region how to do debt swap, issue a green or a blue bond, and not forget the community. Dear Senator, as you mentioned, how to have instruments, development or structuring instruments of microfinancing, not only the resources that comes down from the country that reaches these big funds, but at the speed it reaches the community as fast as possible with transparency so that people can survive. People need income to protect. So here we have a big challenge and opportunity. Thank you, Senator. Uh, Policies, well, one, political will for a global or at least regional governance. Two, coordination amongst all of us. Clear regulation within our countries and regulations that are mandatory, clear rules. If we want investment from the private sector, we need clear rules for the rule of law to combat against illegal fisheries and the inclusion of communities, de facto, and financing. For me, financing continues to be scarce. If everything we've said here, I share it 100%. And we need to understand, and maybe this is a more ideological discussion, capital exists. It's looking for places for investing and being profitable. We need the conditions so that blue economies, our oceans, our marine spaces, extract that value in a sustainable way and attract this capital. If we don't have the conditions, that capital will not come. And everything cannot fall on donors exclusively or in public sectors that are overburdened by other urgent needs. So generate conditions so that it is attractive for those who don't see us as attractive. And I conclude by saying Latin America, with a minimum coordination and political will to have coordinated financial instruments, maybe we can have a narrative outwards that we are a continent, a region that has a branding in conservation and sustainable growth in blue economy. Absolutely. Thank you. Well, please, from the vision of the Caribbean, how to contribute from the Caribbean and from Latin America and the Caribbean to this global positioning.
Possible. So partnerships and collaboration. We have SICA, we have OECS, we have CARICOM. We need to collaborate and work together more across the Caribbean Sea. Um,
Rápidamente, tenemos muchas alianzas, CARICOM, SICA, etcétera. Creo que si trabajamos juntos vamos a reducir nuestra dependencia en el norte y entonces integraremos nuestras mentes, nuestras destrezas, colaboración y alianzas. Dos palabras.
Thank you very much. Please, an audible applause. And well, everybody for blue economy forever.
Que nos estuvo acompañando todo este rato, que nos quedamos acá porque ya tenemos listo al próximo grupo que está.
We have to stay here. The next group is prepared to talk with us, but for now, I would like to thank the team from the Voice of the Private Sector, our next panel, and to thank this team of Blue Economy leading Oceanic Action from Latin America and the Caribbean. I'll introduce our next guest, who's the Manager of Productive Sectors and New Businesses from CAF. She is Claudia Flores. She will address some remarks, and before I introduce the next panel, let's receive her. Claudia, thank you for accompanying us. She will address the floor before we share the details of our next panel, the voice of the regional expansion. Let's receive Claudia. Share with us the details of this introduction to the next topic. Thank you very much. Welcome, Claudia, please. These introductory remarks.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon,
Doy
everyone.
la bienvenida a este panel pensado como
Welcome
un
to this
espacio de
panel. It
encuentro
has
para
been thought
dialogar
as a
sobre la
space
experiencia
designed
que
to
viven las
dialogue
personas
from the
como
entrepreneurial
desarrolladores
experience of how to
en
grow,
Asia y la región.
compete, and become
Desarrollo e
integrated in the
integración
region.
no es un
To talk
ejercicio
about
conceptual,
integration
sino una
is not a
experiencia aplicada
conceptual exercise nor a diplomatic one.
profundamente
It's a
empresarial.
profoundly
Este desafío de
entrepreneurial discussion
conversación
in a world that's geoeconomically fragmented, more demanding markets, and value chains that are
me
being
gustaría comenzar
reconfigured. The
este
true
panel
strategic asset in Latin America and the
enfocado
Caribbean is its
en la
expanded
integración
market.
bien
The
entendida,
integration, well
la
understood,
cooperación
is
intrarregional,
not only interregional commerce, it's
diversificación de riesgos,
scale,
eficiencia operativa
diversification of
y mayor
risk, operational
resiliencia de las
efficiency,
empresas
and a greater
económicas
resilience for
desarrolladas.
companies that can execute it with vision and
Panel que propone
discipline.
aterrizar la
This
discusión en
panel
acciones
will
concretas. Los panelistas conversarán
reach concrete
qué
discussions. Panel
define
members will talk
un
about
área
what
exitosa,
defines a
cuándo
successful
ejecutar,
regional extension, when to
adaptar o
replicate, when
remover
to adapt or
las
reinvent
fronteras
business models, when to cross
gestionar
borders,
riesgos
when to
regulatorios y
manage
operativos,
regulatory and operational and
qué
reputational
alianzas,
risks, and
plataformas
what
y
partnership
alianzas
platforms or
permiten
structures
sin perderse
allow us
la
to
visión
grow
de largo
without
plazo. Desde CAF
not being sound or
acompañamos
having a
este
long
panel
term vision. From
porque,
CAF, we
porque la integración
actively
regional
accompany this
empresarial
agenda
es un
because
canal clave de
entrepreneurial
cooperación
action is a
económica real.
key channel for
Lo
real
hacemos apoyando a
economic
las
integration. We do
empresas
it supporting
interregionales
companies
a
and
través
regional
de
groups
financiamiento,
through
garantías,
financing,
instrumentos de mitigación de
guarantees,
riesgos y
instruments
cooperación
for
técnica
risk mitigation, and
para
technical
mejorar
cooperation
ejecución,
oriented at
gobernanza y
improving
sostenibilidad.
execution, governance, and
También mediante el
sustainability,
apoyo al
but
desarrollo
also
regional
through the
y
support
garantía
to development
para
of
dar
the required infrastructure
impulso a
to
esa
give
expansión.
physical channels to
Nuestro
that
objetivo
expansion.
es convertir
Our
esta
objective
ambición
is
regional en
to
proyectos viables,
convert
escalables
the
y
regional ambition
aliados
to
con el
feasible
apoyo de
projects,
todos los
scalable,
actores.
aligned to productive
En este
capacities of the
marco,
countries.
le doy la
In
palabra
this framework, I will now yield the floor to our
Leonardi,
moderator, Yvette
quien
Leonardi,
conducirá esta conversación
who
con líderes
will guide
empresariales
this discussion
y
with business
ciudadanos
leaders that have
de la
lived the
región.
regional
Un
expansion in
formato
practice
orientado a
in a
aprendizaje,
format oriented at
experiencias concretas
transferable
y
formats
acción.
and concrete decisions. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to introduce the leaders that accompany us this afternoon. They are truly deluxe businessmen. Alberto Bormer, president of Ron Santa Teresa, welcome. Bruno Pietracci, president of Coca-Cola Latin America. Nuria Villanova, president of the Business Council Alliance for Iberoamerica, SEAPI. And Carlos Enrique Quevelier, president of Alqueria. Thank you very much. While preparing ourselves for the panel, I realized that here everybody is friends. They've met in other events, always in your own trenches, fostering investment. I would like to begin with a common reflection. You, from your experience, could you share with me your plan, your vision? What strategic decisions determine a regional expansion that is successful? What is the ideal moment for adapting your business and reinventing it in a given country or sector? Let's get started with Nuria. Welcome, Nuria. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, surrounded by friends here and amongst the audience as well. I always say that when a company really believes in itself and its team and its products, in its methodology, They should aspire to moving to other countries. Otherwise, or unless they think that their true talent is a control of their closest market. So once you believe in your company, it's the moment of opening your borders. That's proof that your company can innovate and compete in other markets. Interesting contrast. Identify identity. I would like you to continue with this premise. Bruno from Coca Cola. Absolutely. Good afternoon, and it's an honor to be able to be here. Coca Cola is present in 39 countries in Latin America. And our success comes from a combination of gaining global scale and at the same time being locally relevant. The truth is that our businesses are eminently local and developed by local people, by Latin Americans. We have 160 manufacturing plants in Latin America. We represent 1.7% of the GDP of the region, and we buy locally. $16 billion dollars that develop the productive chain. In spite of having global brands as Fanta, Coca-Cola, and Sprite, in each country there is a local relevant brand. In Brazil, it's called Guaranaquach. In Colombia, Cuatro. In Mexico, Mondes. Just to give you some examples, how we try to combine that global scale with a local intimacy as well. Now, we pay a lot of attention in being big without losing local relevance, being big without being arrogant, to lose our connection and our partnerships with people, and being big without losing our identity and our purpose. That is so. You're on the same line, defending the identity and that connection of the countries where you risk to always invest in that connection with your country. Alberto, can you continue from Ron Santa Teresa? We have Coca Cola and rum, so it would be a Cuba Libre drink. How has that experience been? What is the most important decision, the most strategic one to expand? I would say that the most important topic is people, above everything, above strategy, and then the strategy itself. And for me, the strategy is also people. So for me, the first thing, I remember when I started working for the company was broke, there was a turnaround, we had to reconfigure the company, and the topic was how to dominate the art of recruitment and training. With that, the topic was to dominate the local market, to become local leaders in Venezuela in spite of the circumstances. And then, as we advance, the topic would be to see our future. It's a strategy, it's defined by a board of directors. So, to develop a culture of corporate governance that's really strategic, that board of directors that's thinking on a future value and not on the day to day or on control, I would say that's key. And then strategic partnerships, to seek for a partner with whom you could align in terms of values and principles, but also where you align the strategies, ours and that of the partner. And of course, that partner can be a distributor all the way to a global partner. And human resources are indispensable to achieve the talents that are proposed. People are important no matter what. You can have people, the best strategy, but if you don't have the appropriate people, they will destroy the strategy. But you can have a poor strategy with good people and they will define a good strategy. So at the end, I always say that people, human resources, are meta strategic. They're above the strategy. If you don't concentrate in having the best people, well, nobody will win. Carlos Enrique from Alquería. Janet, we can't hear you.
Ahora sí.
I need to turn it on. Perfect.
Ahora te lo devuelvo.
I'll return it in a while. Thank you for the invitation, for you and Sergio and the whole group. This has been a gratifying meeting with all of Latin America sitting here. It's the first time I've been in an event like this. I've been in ECLAC in Washington, and we can feel the power of the continent. 160 million people, government, business people, etc. I identify myself a lot with Alberto. We have parallel views in that regard of people and purpose. Our company was created, my grandfather created it. He was a physician. He wanted people to drink pasteurized milk. He said that a bottle of milk was a bottle of health. Nowadays, we've changed. After 66 years, the family has been working for the country. It's not only milk now, we are multi-brand and multi-categories. We have yogurt for the past 10 years, and oats and creams and cheeses. But milk continues to be our bread and butter. And we try to expand to Panama with bone luck. And finally, it was bought by a Guatemalan company 12 years ago when we were thinking about it, but we expanded throughout Colombia. And Colombia, we have an advisor that lives here. The size of Colombia is similar to the whole of Central America. It's 10 countries in one. One legislation, but very different regions. And brands are very different too. So here, we're 20 years ago, we started a regional expansion to Cali, then Medellin, then Santa Marta, then Bucaramanga. And we cover the whole country. We are in the 400 municipalities of the 1,000 municipalities. I think Coca-Cola must be in 800 municipalities. But Josobon, who's here. So the most critical thing of our business, and we saw this with Joe Santamaria at some point, is that behind the business we have 10,000 peasants or 12,000 peasants, and they have to be very fit. And normally that doesn't happen because the government is careless. They have not focused on them, so they need to have a high level of competitiveness that can improve their purchase power of their supplies, that they can improve the management of their farms. We're trying to be more structured now. It's a critical element of the business. Wherever we are, we buy milk locally. In El Valle, where it's more scarce, the area of the valley, because there's a lot of sugarcane. But we're always with local channels. We had very beautiful experiences during the government of Uribe and Santos, where we installed ourselves in a place full of the guerrilla, and we started to buy milk. And many of the coca planters became cattle herders and milk producers. So that is a lot of impact we've had of our business. Interesting because Alquería is a family-owned business, but with a sound business model. I would like to continue with you, Carlos, because there has to be flexibility too in this competitive field. What is the core of the business that should be maintained intact to grow regionally, and what components should adjust themselves to be able to achieve that flexibility? Well, quality of milk is first. My grandfather had his plant as a surgical room, like my father did. The quality is perfect. It's milk with high shelf life with no living bacteria. We process 1 million liters per day in the 5 different plants. So that is a vital constant element, that milk that comes from the farms is in optimal condition. We are the B company, B meaning benefits, that perhaps is not that well known. That's a movement that began in the US 20 years ago. Now in Latin America, we have 1,500 such companies. In Colombia, we're 120 B companies, and we have a triple balance: financial, like everybody else, the social balance. We're very aggressive with farms and the education and environmental balance. And in that sense, we are first in Colombia in the 3 areas. Not so much financing, because we have the competition Alpina, which is larger than we are. So if we balance the three, we're doing well. But that purpose to reach communities, people, is very strong. In Cundinamarca, that's close to Bogota, the foundation has a partnership with the municipality, and the quality of public education is now the best in the country. The municipality where we were born, which is Cajica, 20 kilometers from Bogota, has the best public education in Colombia. So the idea was to expand ourselves in the department and eventually in 10, 15 years throughout the whole of Colombia. That's even more important than milk itself. My competition is not Coca-Cola or Alpina, but the Santo Domingo Foundation, the Corona Foundation, others. And never lose sight of corporate social responsibility that companies need to have, like you mentioned in Cundinamarca. Nuria, at a more macro level, what should nobody touch in the companies in order to be successful in the region? And where can we be flexible? If you allow me, I would like to talk on the two spaces. When I was 23, I founded a company. Now that company is in 15 countries in communication, consultancy, and public affairs, and we have a team of 650 people. And at the same time, from CEAPI, I see how companies make their decisions of being in the different countries, and oftentimes they take advantage of a competitive advantage, which was what we call the Ibero-American entrepreneurial space, because amongst the different countries in the region, it's true that there is a capacity to penetrate, to understand more. Why do I think it is so important to undertake that project, to make that leap? I think there is an aspect of responsibility and of commitment. And responding to the question, these two should never change. We as a company are also a B company. We think that as a company, we can also do good to society, improve society. The concept of responsibility is that the world, that's nothing new, the world is in travail. If we diversify in risk within one country in 15 or more, that's an advantage for a team. It gives us more stability as a company. But in addition, it accelerates the process of being a better company, because it allows you to see if you are competitive, not in your comfort zone, but in different markets. You can innovate faster, you can invest more in advancing. Therefore, it's responsibility with respect to your project and your team, but it's also commitment, commitment with the region. Because I think that in a region such as this one, where, as CAF reminded us in the opening session, of low growth, of tremendous inequality, and lack of security, very linked to the fact that there are people that for nothing, for just living and eating, can go to the dark side. So that commitment of creating companies, that pay their taxes, pay salaries, etc., that changes the fabric of the region, and that's the best weapon we have to change the situation. Alberto, what should not change, and flexibility in your company to expand? Well, I would say that values shouldn't change. Somehow they're like the roots and the core of the business. That is what allows you to anchor yourselves. I think that what can change, obviously, is a strategy. Well, something else that should not change is, at least in my opinion, and I will always repeat it, is the focus on having the best people possible, because by having the best people possible, the rest is possible. And I always talk about people. I'm repetitive because at the end, that is what gives you the strategic difference, the edge, values, and also the vision, your eyes set on the long term. Sometimes you can deviate at a short term. With respect to where to be flexible, I think that in a country such as Venezuela, that has difficulty of 5/5, I think that the issue here is to understand, to listen to what's happening, to truly have a sophisticated system for understanding your environment, and based on understanding it well and having a metric that is precise in the economic and social and political space. In our case, we have a crisis protocol, and we need to take advantage of the crisis, or how to do to um, take advantage of it. And I think that Venezuela must have the crisis manual. Now, the relationship state company, Latin America is a convoluted area, and although we have many things in common, language, culture, religion, they're different and disequal countries. Bruno, could you deepen on the aspects of the relationship between the state and companies? What is the most relevant thing to be able to scale? I think we have to think about the purpose of each company. In the case of Coca-Cola, we have a purpose to refresh the world and make a difference. And in order to make a difference, it is important to collaborate, to establish partnerships with the public sector and with society at large. From the public sector, we ask for transparency, foreseeable and stable regulations, and that's non discriminatory. And with a broader society, the idea is to create a mechanism for shared value. We in Latin America have a partnership, a platform called Aliados, where different access from the society can join. We have over 200 partnerships in that platform in terms of water, sustainability, recollection of plastics, and recycling, and economic empowerment. And we pride ourselves in planting a seed that can make a difference. Speaking about people, Latin Americans are unstoppable. Coca Cola tends to act as an enabler, a catalyst to move people to do what they can. So when I go to the different parts of the continent, for example, in Colombia some years ago, we bought some forklifts for recyclers, and so that they need not lift so much weight, but they could also move 3, 4 times a day around that increase their productivity. That's a small example, but that makes a huge difference in people's lives. What other type of example and values does Coca-Cola have in this relationship of company state? First, we have a commitment of giving back to the planet the water we use. Since 2015, we are water neutral. We return over 100%. And in Latin America, in Panama, we have several projects. People need to have access to clean water, and with that, foster economy. We have the commitment to recycle 75% of uh, glass, PET, and cans up till 2035. And with that, we create partnerships with networks of collection in different corners. In Brazil, we are working for the regulation to help to improve the lives of the collectors. Two examples, perfect. Carlos Enrique, what is the importance of that public-private relationship? For us, it's enormous. We grew in a municipality where there was a lot of impact by the family because my grandfather that lived in Bogota was the only physician in the municipality. When the municipality 80 years ago had 5,000 inhabitants. The whole municipality, mm, 10, 20 people in a line so that my grandfather gave them their medical care for free, and he did free surgeries in the hospital. So on the next week, so my father was mayor for 20 years, elected twice, and then appointed when the legislation so prescribed. And nowadays, well, we have a strong um, contribution to education, but we have a very close relationship with the community. We work a lot with water issues that's difficult. The municipality grew disproportionately because there was a population expansion. So we are always very close to the community and to the state. But also the state at the national level with all the issue of milk and the peasants and the dairy producers. As I mentioned, all the issue of education is vital. I was in the Congress for a couple of years. I was a politician. So that's something that remains forever. So we need to understand the potentialities you can achieve working with the government so that things grow and that things grow for the community, not for us. Definitely, we have to work in synergy. Is that so, Nuria? Yes, we have an obsession with the government that is dialogue and cooperation. And also that each company is necessary in its own sector. Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. When you reach a government, politicians are overwhelmed, and sometimes the roadmap for solutions is distant from reality. And there you need to have a lot of dialogue. It also there has to be a lot of cooperation. I think that companies, SEAPI, we are an association of presidents of companies. We need to work for free for any government that believes in the entrepreneurial world. What does that mean? That there are businessmen that are interested in the country that can support, that can bring about what is needed so that the country grows. And therefore, we need to become great partners. But not only dialogue and cooperation, there are governments that are very, very difficult for the world of companies and that they don't understand them. So as a company, our big partner, and there I'll copy from you, Alberto, our people. We need to be companies that people like, that people defend, that our employees defend us, that are defended by our clients, by our neighbors. So we cannot only rely on policy and the government, the future of companies, and the key is to become necessary, indispensable, that people love us. I left Alberto last because Venezuela is not a benchmark in legal security, but you're well positioned. Can you share with us your experience and the importance of relationship between company and the state? When I began to lead the company, it was in 2019, 2020. Chavez was coming to power. So we were practically, I would say, a target. Target. And I remember that in February, a year after his mandate, there was a member that participated in the coup of 92, led a group and invades her land. And obviously, the first thing we did, our first reaction was to seek for lawyers, for the institutions that protect you. And at the end of 12 hours, we realized that nobody would come to help us. And that if we didn't solve that, that would end up bad. Because that's the other thing. You look for the press and it worsens things. So, long story short, I ended up negotiating with a leader of the invasion and with the 500 families that he invaded the land. We couldn't recover the land, but we developed a respectful relationship. And there we learned, I would say, two lessons, two mantras. First, you invite my land and invite your mind with education, with a future vision, with dreams. Basically, that's how you invade minds. And second, to be uh, constructive unconditionally. And in an environment like Venezuela, it's not being easy because they're not being constructive with you. The law of reciprocity is complied with, and you want vengeance, but you are in a situation of practically not being able to defend yourself. It's not intelligent to fight. It's best practically to be unconditionally constructive, have a long term vision, build, and there we have respect because at the end, your spokesperson will always be a person. So if you respect them, normally you will generate after two, three, four, 100 attempts that they respect you. So it seems amazing. That's been the base of the relationship. After that, something happened to us in 2003. A criminal gang came in and assaulted the company, and we ended up recruiting the band. And then they began to work for the company. And they recruited the enemy gang. They signed a truce, and that attracted 11 more gangs. Then the enemy, what you said, became our ally. And nowadays, we have a cordial or, well, particular, unique relationship. They are your partners, and that's how you've been able to maintain yourself. The issue is that the company in October celebrated its 229th anniversary. We've lived through dictatorship, civil war, all sorts of things. And at the end, you have to relate with your counterpart. Your mission is to maintain yourself for the next 229 years. If you don't do it in a constructive way, you will disappear. And the issue is to invest in people, invest in your community, having your eyes set on the long term. It's easy said, but it's not easy when you're in the midst of the turmoil. And it's easy to lose your north and end up in the short term. Trivia. You need to be able to cut with that trivia precisely with that line of long-term partners. Well, not necessarily partners. I don't think it's an issue of dialogue. It's an issue of being constructive. It's to lead. It's to give the example. It's to give the example because they're not giving the example oftentimes. So how do you change the way in which they behave? Teaching, but not with a simple lesson, but with action, with example, with facts. And at the end, these people that were deviated at the end up following your example. Carlos Enrique, I want to accompany you with an idea. We lived a similar experience when we entered the zone of the FARCs in 2007-8, when there was a consolidation to neutralize the FARCs. And we entered into the peace process that Santos began, but that Uribe had become before him. The first thing we tried to do was unwillingly perhaps to establish a high level of trust. The high level of trust is two things. We have to collect milk every week and pay it every 15 days. And they told us it will take a week, 1 month, 2 months, it will take 6 months, and it's been 18 years now. So the level of confidence that was generated where you walk the talk, and in Colombia with all these difficulties in terms of weapons, they were saying that Naranjo, which is very known in Latin America, he said Carlos Enrique, they changed the opinion in the table in Havana. They're saying they met the first cocaine for milk because it gives us more confidence to sell to you to sell to a drug dealer that comes with their weapons. It's a complex process and the way they operate. Well, complicated Venezuela and Colombia with these contexts that you as businessmen need to abide by, that you continue with a legacy, always in response to people that are the priority. I would like to go to the field of the key enablers. We will continue with Carlos Enrique. If you were to prioritize two enablers between talent, digitization, key partners, acquisitions, logistic, financing, and reputation, which one would you choose? Two, choose two. Uh, People are critical. Machines don't move on their own. Maybe in 20, 30 years they will. Undoubtedly, digitization will be critical. It's the electrification of the 21st century. 100 years ago, donkeys moved a cart, they pulled water from wells, and everything was moved with animal power. Now it's moved digitally because that energy is abundant. So we used digitization for many years. We were the first company that digitized our orders to supermarkets 30 years ago. With these devices that fall 200 meters onto concrete and nothing happened to them. And now we talk with hundreds of peasants via WhatsApp to know what their needs are, their veterinarian needs, their requirements for fertilizers, for supplies for their farms. And we finance everything digitally. And we establish partnerships with those that sell these supplies in municipalities that are close to a farm. So people and digitization would be my choices, talent and digitization. Nuria. Well, I would keep talent and reputation. Without reputation, it's difficult to recruit talent. It's difficult to recruit partners for new investments, etc. But there is a word that has not been mentioned yet, and for me, is the central nervous system. Is that will, that positive ambition, that purpose that should guide the organization. And with that, we will be able to digitize the company without any doubt. We need to remember that when you have a difficult challenge, there is something that works for me to remember something I've done and that I thought was impossible. And when you are capable of telling yourself or to the group, this is something we've already done, that gives you a lot of strength. Now we have AI, but you've done that in the past. When you went to speak to the gorillas, you already did it. So AI will be a lot easier. But you need that will, that vision. I've done it so many times. Talent, but talent is also the corporate government. That's also talent. Nuria talked about that attitude, that will, that's also talent. For me, it's all the talent system. Second, for me, is brand. And I always remember that we met the director for sales of the largest company in the US. We went to have dinner with him. His name is Steve Cohen. And I asked him, I had my 2, 3 questions ready. My first question was, look, Steve, how can a brand that is small in the US grows and becomes a large brand in the US? And he says, 3 rules. 3 rules, and take note. Tell the story, tell the story, tell the story. And differentiation is important because there are many brands, but how can you differentiate yourself and then how you tell that story? Well, we are running out of time. For me, this has been a marvelous conversation. We've had a deluxe panel. The audience can attest to that. Undoubtedly, regional expansion is not a map, it's a strategic decision with very good human resources, with that social responsibility, with determination, and of course, with innovation. So for me, it's been a pleasure to get to know you, talk to you. Thank you so much for accompanying us. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well, let's move on. We continue in this meeting with the next panel of guests, thanking those that came before us for the interesting conversation. We'll continue along this same line. We will talk about the private sector in the region. Now, I would like to invite Juan Carlos Belorza, who's a director of sectorial analysis of CAF, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, who will give some introductory remarks for the next panel. Welcome, good afternoon. We will give a couple of moment so that everybody, oh, a minute perhaps, to switch the panel members. You can help us, please? Your collaboration, please, so we can continue with the next panel. Could you please be seated? Let's request the audience to please be seated so we can continue with the program and present the next panel. I would like to thank once again Mr. Juan Carlos Solorza, the Director of Technical and Sectorial Analysis of CAF, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean. He will be giving the introductory remarks to invite the audience to accompany us from their seats so we can share the next panel. We are transmitting through streaming, and we have platforms such as X, Instagram, and Facebook. Follow the hashtag so we can share with CAF your experiences and transfer the conversation beyond these important scenarios with your comments for the next day. So I think now we can introduce Juan Carlos Rosa, Director of Sectorial Analysis of CAF. Good afternoon and thank you. Thank you once again. Very well. I'll greet you first by saying that we are very satisfied to have your company in this International Economic Forum for CAF. It would welcome you again. We're reiterating our welcome to all of you once again. This panel, The Voice of the Private Sector, is the trade union roadmap for the region. It's a conversation that is particularly timely because we are passing through a transitional moment in the global rules of the game. Technological changes, geopolitical tensions, new commercial demands, social agendas that are more stringent, and a greater social scrutiny that is reconfiguring the incentives, risks, and opportunities for the business sector. Adaptation is no longer enough. What's at stake is the relevant role played by trade unions nowadays. With this panel, we hope to have a frank conversation on some key issues of that role of trade unions, how they can contribute in a more effective manner in the productivity agenda to digital transformation, to private impactful contribution. How can our society that is in transformation be impacted by trade unions, and how can we have a greater confidence and political feasibility to the work of trade unions? From CAF, the trade union agenda is particularly important. They have been working very actively with the private sector. I am the VP of the sector, the private sector, and we have several activities supporting companies where trade unions are obviously our main partner. We do it through funding, through tools for technical assistance, etc. With this preview, I would like to yield the floor to our moderator, Cecilia Valdez. Thank you, Cecilia. Cecilia is the executive president of the Chilean Association of Casinos and Games, VP of the National Chamber of Trade Services and Tourism in Chile. Over 20 years of experience in the trade union sector. She's a person that has all the qualification for being in this meeting. So Cecilia, please some of the rest panel members. Once again, Cecilia, thank you. Excellent. Thank you. We will begin this panel. I'll call to the scenario Fabian Castillo. He is the president of the Federation of Commerce and Industry, Commerce and Industry of Buenos Aires, and also the VP of the Argentine Confederation of the Medium-Sized Enterprises. I will call Susana Jimenez. She's the president of the Confederation of Production of Chile. We have Bruce McCaster with us as well. He's the president of the National Association of Entrepreneurs of Colombia, Andy, and president of the Association of Latin American Industries. And finally, we'll have Sergio Contreras, who is the executive president of the Mexican Entrepreneurial Council of Foreign Trade, Investment, and Technology, COMSEC. Welcome, one and all. We'll get started with a general question for all of you. The idea is that you respond in 2 minutes, and after that, we can delve deeper into the challenges of the entrepreneurial world in each of our countries and in the world. First question for all of you. How should a modern trade union define nowadays its strategic mandate to safeguard and to project the development of the productive sector, integrating effectively a sustainability agenda that is believable, measurable, and coherent with the public interest? The floor is yours. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank CAF for everything they're doing for us. Voices are multiplying themselves, which is good in these times. Quite frankly, challenges are gigantic. I think this is a change of era we're living, and our generation has a challenge precisely of leaving something better than what we've done so far. And organizations, in this case, trade unions and companies, need to transmit to future generations the belonging they have in their institutions, that strong sense that management is built through values and ethics and a number of things that have to do with where we come from. So it's a new mindset generated by new times. Good afternoon. I would like to thank CAF for this invitation and all the attendees. Let's see, the role of trade unions in the development of countries, particularly sustainable development of countries, is key. They are a voice that somehow represents knowledge, experience of what the engine of economies is, which is mainly the private sector. And from that outlook, they can contribute with a design of good public policies that at the end of the day allow countries to develop themselves, progress, and give more well-being. In that sense, I think that the outlook is particularly centered on sustainable development and everything it implies. When we talk about sustainable development, it's not only economic development of the countries, also social impact of that economic activity, and of course, a safeguard and protection of the environment. That triad is what makes companies to be truly sustainable in time and that have a long-term outlook, that they can respond and be effective in their role. And trade unions are precisely here to strengthen that outlook and to help decision makers to design and generate enabling conditions so that they can be deployed in each of their pillars. Bruce. Yes, Cecilia, thank you. I would tell you that trade unions, at the end of the day, are just a mere representation of a sector of society that has an immense number of challenges. And I would venture to say that in the current world, these challenges have changed, they've evolved, they have a huge dynamic, and they are in turn the representation of a society that is undoubtedly evolving in large strides. It's important that trade unions evolve at the speed of society. We cannot imagine trade unions that remain behind the societies that move ahead. If that happens, trade unions will be useless. They will be irrelevant. But more than that, I would say that where trade unions generate value is when they become those voices that are the vanguard in the sense that they're also capable of showing the way to society, showing the way to the business world, but also showing the way to the public world around what are the potentialities of the entrepreneurial sector. It's a collective voice of a sector of society that has an important role. It sometimes is demerited by certain ideologies or demerited by political positions where they talk about the productive sector, people that make money, people that generate wealth, that are the huge engine of the economy. We have to defend them, act with bravery and responsibility, but we also need to demand among ourselves because of topics that have been mentioned. For example, we play a huge role in sustainability, immense. We have a huge role to play in equality and overcoming poverty. We have to be useful in organizing society in the private sector so the private sector is more powerful. That's how I perceive the role of trade unions as applied to everything else. Digital, your specialty, of course, the capacity we have of having productive future conversations. And now I would say I wanted to propose that we talked about geopolitical issues. We can talk about that later on. We'll deepen on that topic, but before, I'll yield the floor to Sergio to respond to the general question. Can you hear me? I'm very pleased to greet you all. For me, it's very important to represent the business sector here in this meeting we have in CAF. Trade unions. We, at the end of the day, represent businesses, large, small, medium sized businessmen or companies, enterprises, whatever their size. And we're the voice that give the opportunity to interact with policies and governments, somehow regulate us and give us the opportunity to develop ourselves. What happens with us? Since we are the representatives as trade unions of the collectivity of businesses, we have an enormous responsibility in the sense that we have to understand and provide for the needs of our members. What happens when we somehow find that we're not respected, that we are not considered, that government policies are not the ones we need to grow? The company is the one that determines the economy of the countries, not the governments. Governments manage the wealth we generate. Those that risk themselves are businesses, business people. We generate an economy that allows governments to have, well, not only fiscal taxes and whatnot. No, it's also very important that governments know what are our requirements as trade unions and that they understand that we are the ones that create the economy. That is very important. Like Bruce was saying, the ideology of the governments that in a given point of time they go on one direction and we as business people follow the other one. Who invested? Who took the risk? Who has the social responsibility? We are businessmen, enterprises. Very interesting. And considering everything we heard this morning of the presentations of the presidents with all the spectrum with interesting comments, how can we using the name of the panel that's called the Trade Union Roadmap for the Region. In Argentina, for example, how do you see your trade union? What role does it play with a government that has been, well, publicly well known for several issues? How do you see it in Argentina and in Latin America? Well, first, from the company we represent for the country, it's over 500,000 people that have a name and surname, the SMEs, that I'm tasked with as a fourth generation to continue giving jobs. This that concerns us so much. How do we help each other in the region? Entities that are brothers and sisters that have the same principles and wills. We simply need to look at this challenge we have for the future in a change of era. Nothing that was in the past will be the same in the future. It should be better than the past. The challenge is how to generate wealth. And as was said, this wealth comes from work, a work that dignifies the role of people. That's why we're working very hard with the issue of training and skills, arts and crafts. If something happens to all of us, is that we need people that are skilled, that sit on that bench, that machine with a generational will, that example that his father had blue collar job, and the informality, that's the big challenge we have in the world and in the region, that it turns into formality. So what I can offer, and as I said, the fact that we're here, that we're listening, and that we have far more commonalities than lack of commonalities. And something we've been seeing is that we need to continue to work on this. In addition to this meeting today, we should move ahead and face these challenges. We have many things in common, far more than language. In the morning, we've also heard panels that said how it was so easy for the European Union to unite and Latin America has not. One of the challenges is how to work in a more collaborative way. Susana. Moving ahead to Chile, we have a new president. We heard him this morning too. He will take office in March. There are great challenges in Chile. And the role of trade unions, as Sergio said, with a mission the business sector has for public policy through trade unions. What is the future? What is the role of the CPC? We have a downtrodden investment in Chile. How do you see this? What can we promote in public policies from the trade union sector to promote the development of the country? Can you hear me? Well, thank you. I'm listening to myself. First of all, I would like to say that I'm so pleased to listen to the panel members. I think there's a shared vision of the role of the private sector's activity, the capacity they have to generate progress for economies, and therefore the role of trade unions in strengthening that perception, both among citizens as well as amongst regulators, that is required to generate conditions that allow the deployment of private activities. In this sense, in the case of Chile, of course, we have a track record that was very fruitful during 25, 30 years. But in the past decade, we have seen a reduced growth, rates of above 5% growth to practically 2%, even below that in the last 10 years. So as you said, Cecilia, investment has been affected with low growth in recent years. So our work from trade unions is to put at the disposition of authorities and governors ideas and proposals to go back to this growth rates the country needs. And I would say that the enable conditions tend to be similar in our countries. We have to begin with security. Security is a necessary condition so that people, companies, investments can have the freedom of circulating, producing, and grow in the countries. Physical security, but also judiciary or legal certainty. That is something we heard this morning. It's quite cross cutting for our economies to set the rules of the game that are clear, something predictable for those that carry out productive activities in order to attract investment. I always say that those that risk their capital do so knowingly. They know that businesses entail risk, but there are uncontrollable variables. These changes in the rules of the game, or these regulatory interpretations, or demands that are not considered in the law and regulation. Jointly with that, evidently, and in the Chilean case, maybe a particularity we have. As a result of the pandemic, we withdrew resources from the capital markets that generated a challenge for the future of going back to capital markets for a facilitated access for people and private capital as well. I would say there are two additional challenges in the Chilean case, very particular, but perhaps cross-cutting. One has to do with the modernization of the state, how from our experience in the private world of developing business, of trying to enable um, entrepreneurships or investment, we have to deal with these difficulties that at the end of the day are set by the state, a state that should be at the service of people and companies, but that oftentimes is transformed into hindrances. And in the case of Chile, we have a word called permitology. It's so difficult to have projects as a result of this cumbersome environment of permits. And how can we facilitate that trajectory that in our case has led large investment programs to last up to 10 years between environmental permits and others, and then the judicialization. So how from the trade union outlook can we facilitate or contribute with direct proposals, constructive ones, to facilitate that process? I would say that those are the variables that are present nowadays, in addition to tax contributions, something trade unions have been working on for a few years now, and that is nowadays a part of the government's agenda, because we've reached a point that after increases in taxes, Chile has lost tax competitiveness when we compare it to OECD countries that are more developed and attract investment due to their own characteristics. In summary, I think that from the private world, we have knowledge, experience, we have our day to day in facing regulations, legislations, regulations, oversight, and we can contribute so that all these characteristics generate a more attractive climate for developing the productive activities. Thank you, Susana. Bruce, we're seeing a global economic scenario that's more and more demanding. It's been a topic of conversation in the panels. Markets with technological changes, very accelerated, a reconfiguration of politics, value chain, persistent geopolitical tensions. No need to give any details. We talked about that in the morning. And new commercial demands. How do you see this from your country and for Latin America and the markets we've been talking about? Well, I would like to begin by saying the following. When you sit down with a trade union leader in Latin America, most likely when you ask them what your task is or what is your task, the first thing this trade union leader will tell you is that one of the tasks we have is to convince everyone that business activity is valuable for society. that we produce employment, that we produce wealth, that we produce opportunities, that we produce products, and even taxes that are the ones the government uses. That is not for free. Let's ask ourselves why trade union leaders always answer that. The four of us did it. I'm sure you would do it as well from your own function. And I think that the answer to this is that in Latin America, we have not stopped understanding society, governments, political systems. We have not truly understood the role of the productive sector in society and the capacity to produce wealth and well being. This is a big topic, not only pertaining to trade unions, but we spend a lot of time in that. I don't know how long, how much of your time is invested in that. I would venture to say maybe a third or half of your time. Others might say more than half in trade union activity, and that speaks more about society than trade unions. But then, Cecilia, we have a lot of things to do, and you've touched upon a super interesting topic in all this geopolitical discussion we're living in the last few months, perhaps the last year or more. What has been the role of the business sector? And I would like to talk about Colombia. In the case of Colombia, an important part of the diplomatic activity, of diplomatic relations of our country with other countries has been transferred to the business sector in recent months, to such a point that the relationship with the U.S. has an active channel in the business sector that basically permanently tries to underscore the importance it is for both economies and countries the importance of having a fluid relationship. This in recent days with the case of Ecuador and what happened with Ecuador and taxes with Ecuador, the same thing happened. With my colleagues in Quito, we had a meeting with the General Secretary of OCOM. We sent a letter to President Novoa and Petro so that they consider that this tariff war doesn't make sense when there's a discussion regarding border security. So, as is natural and expected, the business sector plays a significantly more cross-cutting role, I would say, in societies than merely defending the activity of business people. That's how we should see it. We need to work, for example, in artificial intelligence, what is happening with the regulation of AI, what's happening with the regulation of the digital world. What about the world where physical borders are no longer important from a digital standpoint? What will happen with regulations of markets in the digital world? What happens with environmental issues? I think we have an expanded role that in this new geopolitics you're talking about, we play a very important role where our voice has to be heard. And I'll say something that might seem perhaps extreme, but we have to say it. Relations between countries are so important. They're so transcendent that we should not only leave them in the hands of politicians. We all need to assume them, the whole society, citizens have to assume them. And of course, those that represent the productive sector. I think that is happening more and more, not only in the case of Colombia, I would venture to say in all the countries that have had to negotiate tariffs with the US. Very interesting. We're definitely in complex societies with complex roles for trade unions and governments. And of course, it's been hard to begin defining the missions of trade unions and business people within the development of public policies. We'll move now to Mexico. Sergio. 2026 is key. You have several challenges. What elements do you think are indispensable to take into account from the standpoint of the Mexican private sector in the process of revision of the project you have? a revision of the TEMEC, and how does this Alliance for the Pacific play a key role in this process? I'll try to be very direct. The TEMEC is a treaty that was revised, and on July the 1st, there will be an important revision. And in Mexico, initially, when the current administration came, we were very attentive to see what was the stance the government of the U.S. would have with regard to how it's affected our economic strategy, both in our country as well as in the rest of the world. The U.S. has its own agenda with its own right. We need not be the ones to consider if they're doing things well or not. Mexico is the first commercial partner of the U.S. nowadays. Mexico is also the first client of the U.S. Not an easy thing. We're the country that buy the most from the U.S. Our commercial relationship, recent statistics were published for 2025. Even in spite of tariffs in steel and aluminum, Mexico, and I'm pleased to say this, that's part of what we do, the business part. This is not the governments that sell. Businessmen are the ones that sell. In 2025, we sold the US, 2024, $604 million are exports. That is foreign trade. $617 billion to be more precise. We are concluding 2025 with $667 billion. In 2024, the deficit was $18 billion, generally speaking. This year, 2025, we have a surplus of 617. That is, this is an extraordinary amount, $18 billion. That was the deficit. And now the figure is 717 million, as I've mentioned. The United States needs Mexico. We are so integrated into their productive chains. For instance, the automobile sector is a sector that is very important for the American economy and for the Mexican economy, evidently. The car part sector provides the U.S. up to 45% of what they need for their production of automobiles. They are in their own right to want to recover their industry and their local providers. That's one of the strategies we also have for Mexico. But what happens? It's not easy to establish a supplier relationship from one day to the other. You need a lot of time. A very important thing, and that is something that has called my attention, is that 90% of the Mexican exports are manufactured. And they are a symbol of two things: that Mexico is an industrialized country, very much industrialized, and second, that we export quality. Because if Mexico didn't export quality, if we have 3,000 border uh, and supposedly we had cheap labor, if we don't have a true quality as per what the country requires and the industry, the most important industry in the world that requires compliance. So Mexico has been very well consolidated. That is why we are the first commercial partner, as I said before. and also the first client. Now, transferring that to the Pacific Alliance. The Pacific Alliance has survived very well thanks to us as businessmen. That is, we are the ones that have been in follow up in recent years because unfortunately, governments, either due to ideological reasons or for preferences, they have not given the follow up that had to be given. And we, as business people, are doing it. We meet constantly, we revise topics we have proposed for ourselves because at the end of the day, the Pacific Alliance, like TEMEX, we are the businessmen are the users and we're the ones that administer and manage it. Governments set forth strategies and agreements, but who actually does things? Business people. That's why I insist that the entrepreneurial sector, the trade sector, something you didn't mention, Bruce, is capital. We risk capital. We have to pay payrolls. We have to sustain families. We have to sustain a system to allow families to have education, health, incentives, meaning the the government can do that to a certain point because when they do it, they lose resources and those resources do not regenerate. So then after that, society feels they're mistreated. We don't mistreat. On the contrary, the business sector is always constantly, especially in recent years, to have social corporate responsibility. That is fundamental. Governance and corporate social responsibility for us as business people is very important. We treat our employees well, those that give us our bottom line, and it's not something that has to do with religion. It's our moral imperative related to those who give us the opportunity to have the profit we divide with them. And to conclude, the Pacific Alliance was created as an instrument that would allow us basically to work with Asian countries. What happened? We have a new economic order and a new commercial order, whether we like it or not. The dynamic we had operated eh, um, under in the path has completely changed the strategy we have to adopt now. So, what is happening here is that the Pacific Alliance, why not through Mexico, should have the opportunity of reaching the US market, and that could be a constant that could facilitate the opportunity to be in the most important market very much. We think that Asian markets, with all this new economic and commercial order I'm mentioning, have either been reduced or redistributed or have had a strategy to trade policy with certain countries in Latin America. We in PEMEX can help that in the value chains of the Pacific Alliance, we can integrate American providers. And we have to talk about this with Bruce in the next few days. We will have the pro tempore presidency starting the day after tomorrow. And there we will talk about strategies that can be very helpful for the alliance. I sent you a message in advance. Well, direct communication. We've talked about the key role of enterprises. And in the few remaining minutes, could each one of you say what are the words that the voice of the private sector will have in 2026? We're in January. It's a year that is speeding in these 3 weeks. What will be the main words that the business sector will repeat this year? First word, we need to generate certainty. I think that that is a word we need to work with from vocation, as I said, and service we need to provide. Recently, they were commenting about the importance of the private sector. We are the ones that really maintain the system. Somebody talked recently about education, something vital that all human beings need, health, which is vital, that all human beings need to have, and that is through what we produce, the taxes we pay, the fact that states manage in their own way, and where our role from now on is to deepen that public private relationship, to understand that the public sector exists because the private sector exists. The challenge is enormous, but those of us that have the vocation of leadership love challenges, the adrenaline of every day, to feel that it's not something ideological. It has to do with principles, and these principles have to do with the foundation of existence. And to hold spaces, to be part of the state, we as organizations need to have our own deputies, our own senators, our own ministers. They're also our voice, and they end up representing us in society. Susana. I would respond this question from the place we are right now. This forum, I came last year too, where we've seen the importance of working united in Latin America to seek for that potential of our region, to make it a reality for growth, for opportunities, for well being, for people that inhabit it. And in that sense, I think that the works that resound both for the region as well as for our country are confidence. We have to generate these ties. And since the private sector is a growth engine, the linkage between the different trade unions in the Latin American countries allows us to strengthen what we call private diplomacy. But of all opportunities for growth, security, we have a common challenges undoubtedly of physical security, but also legal security. And finally, going back to what we mentioned before, collaboration. That's how our countries individually will move ahead, but also collectively, which is the spirit we also listen to in these regional forum. Thank you. Bruce, one of the great values contributed by this meeting and the initiative from CAF and Sergio de Granados around this event is precisely what we read here in the subtitle of this panel and in the subtitle of the general forum. The capacity we have of imagine Latin America prospectively from now on. I think we need to make efforts to dream. This forum, we have the responsibility to invite Latin America to dream and to dream of the future. I'm sure that if I asked all those that are present in this forum, what do you think is Latin America's plan for 2036? What is the plan of Latin America for 2046? Nobody will be able to answer. Nobody. That should tell us something. It should send a message. We need to learn to dream collectively. I would say that is the type of seeds that these type of events, of meetings, of initiative can bring about. That is the invitation. The invitation is to dream, to plan, to have a long-term strategy, that the region thinks itself for the future, and to think with global ambition, with collective ambition as well, and also with the ambition that that new world that is being built is posing new opportunities. Thank you. With that invitation to dream, I will now yield the floor to Sergio to see if he will invite us to something else. Oh, who's for the president of Colombia? Wouldn't you like to be the president? Well, I would prefer Latin America. What business people of Latin America have to do is to think on having unity. The opportunity afforded by the Pacific Alliance, I think it will expand itself because the original concepts it has have been modified. according to the needs we have, that Latin America is truly united. Today, we are a region that can contribute a lot to the world's economy and the economy of our own countries. Unity as a basic and fundamental matter. The other thing is that we need to believe that we are capable of doing things. We've had extraordinary lessons learned throughout our recent history in our countries, and that is something that should be catalyzed. And we need to propose ourselves to have that opportunity of continuing to consolidate it. And third, as Kav said, would be the happiness of a region. For us, it's very important that society has a reason to be happy. That's a commitment we have. That's something we're proposing. So the role of the business sector is far broader and challenging. It's not only to represent, but also to lead, propose, articulate, generate confidence in a context of huge challenges. I would like to thank you all. I know you have to go to other panels. Thank you, Susana, Bruce, and Sergio for being with us today. Thank you, everyone. We will continue with our next panel. We have them ready to present and to thank you for the participation of our guests in this panel, the voice of the panel, private sector. What will we talk about now? It has to do with social housing, the articulation of the private sector. I would like to invite um, the CAF team to address us, the Director of Urban Development. He will have some introductory remarks in brief so that we can share from CAF's perspective an introduction to this important topic. Of course, we will also receive our moderator, the Executive Director of Sustainability of Constructora Bolívar, Alejandra Robledo. That will happen in a while. We have to call to the scenario for the introduction to the Director of Urban Development from CAF, Emil Rodriguez Garabot, who will be addressing you and will make this introduction precisely for the space of social housing as an engine for development. Welcome, Emir, and thank you for accompanying us. Hello, good afternoon to the attendees to our panel. I will be very brief. I would only want to express some greeting from CAF. I'm Emil Rodriguez, Director of Social Development from CAF. If you could please collaborate, the attendees could please be seated to begin the next panel. Please, the attendees, if you could go back to your seats so we can continue with Emil's remarks. I would like to remind you that we are streaming live via YouTube, CAF, and through platforms where we continue the conversation. Facebook, X, so then in addition to the space, we can continue. Emil Rodriguez Arabot, Director of Social Development, CAF. As I was commenting, I'll be very brief, just some welcome remarks to all attendees, those that are listening to us online. Greetings on behalf of CAF Development Bank for Latin America, and to also welcome our speakers and guest panel members. For us in CAF, the topic of housing, social housing particularly, and access to housing is a transcendental topic and it's one of the pillars of our urban sustainable development program. For us, we don't understand housing unless it's linked to soil management or land use management, which is a topic we would like to promote. Access to land is one of the main difficulties, and appropriate housing is one of the major difficulties we have in Latin America. But we understand that we have to work in a comprehensive way in order to build an ecosystem of actors that is balanced in order to satisfy those demands, to be able to cover the gaps we have in terms of housing. No sector can do this alone. We need the consensus, collaborative work in order to breach these gaps. I think that the next panel attests to these type of relationships, these dynamics we would like to foster from CAF. And well, simply we are attentive to all the conversations you would need to have, and we're here at your service from CAF. Thank you, and a big hand. Thank you for your introductory remarks. Thank you. I would like to invite the moderator of this panel, the Executive Director of Sustainability of Constructora Bolívar, Alejandra Robledo. Good afternoon, welcome, and grateful for your time and the opportunity to address this panel, to be the moderator. Welcome. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm hearing myself twice. Once is enough. Welcome to this housing panel. Today we will have a top-notch space with participants that are decision makers in several areas of the ecosystem of housing construction. We hope you enjoy it. I would like to call to the forefront Tamara Sameiro. Tamara Paseiro is a Uruguayan reference in habitat, housing, and social integration. She has advanced studies in sociology by the University of the Republic, formation in local and regional development, and training from the Inter-American Development Bank in project management, impact assessment, land use policy. She has a long track record in the Ministry of Housing, where she worked as an advisor of the National Directorate for Housing, relocation for irregular housing, and assessment and monitoring of the integration program for irregular housing. Improvement of neighborhoods funded by IDB, leading planning, follow-up, and execution of complex projects, and interinstitutional collaboration. Between 2020 and 2025, she was Director of Public Policies of the Intendancy of Montevideo, and since April of 2025, she's the Ministry of Housing and Territorial Ordering of Uruguay. Welcome. I would like to call our second panel members, Vanessa Velasco Bernal, Secretary of Habitat, Bogota, Colombia. Vanessa is an architect, urbanist, and expert in territorial management with a sound academic training and a broad professional experience in public management and international consultancy devoted to urban development. Her personal track record combines technical expertise with sustainable urban development. She's been a specialist in um, urban legislation, technical director for public and private institutions, and she has carried out research in diverse areas, including urban planning, public services, financing, instruments based on land use, urban reordering, and public policies in Latin America, Spain, and Asia. Vanessa has led strategic initiatives focused on the creation of equitable and sustainable urban environments of high quality with the integration of research, the formulation of public policies, and the implementation of projects. She participates actively in public policies promotion that are inclusive and innovative solutions. Welcome, Vanessa. I would like to invite the only male representative of the panel that we mentioned this a while ago. He has been recognized of being member of a sector that has been masculinized. So it's strange to see so many women in the scenario. Juan Jose Ayerza. Juan Jose is the CEO of Techo for Latin America. Juan Jose Ayerza is trained as a civil engineer, and he has a commitment, a lifelong commitment with social transformation in Latin America and the Caribbean. As the CEO of Techo Internacional, he leads an NGO that mobilizes youth and communities in 18 countries to overcome poverty in informal settlements. Under his leadership, Techo works towards the ambitious vision for 2030 to take a million people that live in houses with dirt floors and involve a million youth in these initiatives. Congratulations for that dream. With a strong belief in service leadership, he has led Techo in a strategy focused on sustainable growth, operational sustainability, regional governance, and long-term relations with companies, foundations, and multilateral institutions. He's passionate about empowering leader youth, foster inter-border relations, and build bridges among local communities and decision makers. Welcome. We now have Michelle Sol, Minister of Housing of El Salvador. Michelle is a politician and Salvadoran businesswoman. Currently is the Minister of Housing in El Salvador. In the past, she was a mayor of Nuevo Cuscatlán, 2015 to 2019. She's a candidate to the mayorship of La Libertad in 2024. Finally, I would like to give a special thanks to Ana Claudia Rochbach, Executive Director of ONU Habitat. Ana Claudia is specialist in housing and development funding. She has worked in urban development policies and housing in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, promoting innovative solutions for equitable access to housing. So as you can see, when I talk about this top-notch panel, uh, maybe I have not been able to express the level of our panel members. Ana Claudia, could you accompany us in introducing this space?
Ahorita me escuchan? Ahí está.
Can you hear me?
Buenas tardes a todas y
Well, good
todos.
afternoon to
Un gusto estar
everyone.
aquí hablando de
It's
mi
a
tema
pleasure to be here
favorito,
talking about my favorite topic, the topic of housing,
agradeciendo ya a la CAF por la
and also
oportunidad.
to thank CAF for the organization, our hosts
Ah,
here in Panama.
yo creo que el primero tema
Well, I
es
think that the first topic should be that we need to acknowledge that the challenge of housing
de América
is
Latina,
not a particularity for Latin America.
global de vivienda.
We're living a global housing crisis,
Estados
and
miembros
this has been recognized by the member states
por un
that
plan
have voted for a strategic plan
pasado
of UN Habitat last year prioritizing the topic of housing.
miembros
So 105 member states of the United Nations
tenemos que priorizar el acceso
said we have to prioritize access to housing, access to land,
a la
access to
transición
basic services, and the transformation of
¿Por qué estamos
settlements, informal settlements to formal ones. Why are we living
que nuestro país hace
housing crisis?
damos mucho
In
de Europa para
the global south, we have a structural problem with informal settlements. There is a qualitative deficit that requires solutions such as improvement of infrastructure, but also improvement of housings as such. And on the other hand, we have something classical in the global south, the gap between the income and the cost of housing. The difference is that this is getting wider and wider, this gap in the global north. So European countries are also facing a new situation. It's novel historically. It's a crisis of capacity for paying for housing. So the gap gets wider, and each country factors vary, but everything has to do at the end of the day with a difference between the offer in terms of cost, amount, type of product, the price of the product, the needs of the person, and the capacity for payment. In English, we call it a mismatch. If there is a lot of demand, but the money, the products, the mechanisms are not very well connected, or rather interconnected. How we funded housing historically? Historically, figures show that between 50 and 70% of the investment comes from savings and self construction without technical assistance, specifically in Latin America. So basically, housing has been financed by people themselves. In spite of the fact that in Latin America, we have the presence of housing financing systems, institutionalized, sophisticated. These are different systems, different from European countries, from North American countries. So the systems that were developed in Latin America, a lot of it has to do with a combination of subsidies, savings, and credit. And in specific cases, for example, Mexico and Brazil, where all the system is based on contributions for working funds, for workers' protections. That has been institutionalized. What happens worldwide and in Latin America is that this is not working anymore because it doesn't reach the amount of people we need, and it doesn't reach the current needs. So, for that housing crisis we are facing globally, I think there is a need to rethink on how we finance housing. On the other hand, Africa, incipient models, emerging models of housing financing, as a case of Kenya, that has an innovative system, very simple, where a tax is created. In the past 2 years, there was a production of over 200,000 houses based on the use of public land and based on a simple mechanism of a tax collection for housing with a lot of challenges for the implementation, but that's what they have. That is what's happening nowadays. So going back to Latin America, I think that the situation we currently have is to recognize, and that happens with Africa too, recognize the possibility of what we have. When I learned about financing models for housing supported by the World Bank, and I went to Wharton and we did a course on housing financing, the North American European models, etc. All that very nice in theory, but in practice, it doesn't happen. So, what I think we have to do in Latin America is to recognize what we have. And there have been advances made. There are institutionalized models. The gap continues. It continues because there is a structural problem of poverty and inequality. Housing is a partial response to that. They're part of the response, the economic response. We need to overcome inequalities, but we need to prioritize investment in housing. So what we need here and worldwide is more money. We need more money in terms of mechanisms that are long term, and we have to think in creativity of what is possible to build here in Latin America and more money in subsidies. Because a reality we need to recognize is that there is a need for subsidy. Because simply one can do whatever calculation you want. The income is here and the price of housing is here. So this gap, there's no way of breaching it without subsidy. You can create all imaginable incentives for the private market. And oftentimes we have to combine both incentives, but without subsidy, the market simply does not suffice because the market is limited for a small percentage of the population. It only reaches to 10, 15% in most countries. And the capacity of the governments to invest in subsidies is also limited. So I wanted to recognize that there are systems that we need to work with what we have. We need to recognize that we have to develop the Latin American model, the Caribbean model for financing. We need to recognize that subsidies are important, at least to develop the market, to expand the market, to be able to expand access to housing. And third, the third comment is that we need to think on the products. The product that will reach settlements with the lowest income are not the same. It has to do with the capacity of the private sector to know the demand and adapt product to the needs and payment capacity. Among these products, we have to think on the environment. So maximize the environment where construction is occurring. Recycling of real estate, that's a new product. And nowadays, there are very few funding mechanisms for that and expertise to do that in Latin America. The improvement in the expansion, in many cases, there is a trend that's very strong. In Mexico, financing for improvement was used. In Brazil, there's a specific credit, Colombia as well. So it's a trend. And we have to see that this also represents a market development and of the private sector, of the industry of construction materials, and also small industry, medium and small size companies that are involved in this market. And the big market, the potential of large size companies that have to develop products, business models, work with governments to find what is the balance between the subsidy and incentives that will help the market to function where it has to function, not only in large metropolitan centers, also everywhere in the country in medium-sized and secondary cities where there are needs for housing. Why? Because if the market is not expanded, if the capacity or the political decision of governments to invest in subsidies and incentives is not expanded, formal housings will not occur, and the solution will be informality and self-construction that have been the major solution for Latin America. The big solution in Latin America is not a solution by option. It's due to an absence of options, and we need to work on options. The good news is that we have many advancements made. Many companies in the private sector are dedicating themselves to this. Many governments that are working on housing as a priority of their government, and local governments as well that are working very strong so that their urban plans, their master plans also provide for location of housing. At the end, people build in a space, in a territory, and if the territory has not been well planned, all subsidies can exist, all financing, but it will not reach the territory. And remember that land is the most expensive part of construction. So land regulation will allow also reduction in cost so that housing generated by the market or by a combination of public-private, it will always be public-private. In this case, social housing can be more accessible at a lower cost to households, to the population. Summarizing, I think that there is a part Uh, we've seen in the previous panel what has yet to be achieved, what exists, and what I would bet would be to see what we have and see the small changes that have to be done. There is a large percentage of the population living in informality, in autonomous employment that cannot demonstrate they have income, but there are many financial institutions, both public and private, that have already developed mechanisms as guarantees, as financial products that are specific, focused on precisely catering to this population. Eh, There's a dichotomy between formality and formality in Latin America, and we need to learn to live with it and to find bridges. Part of that are financial instruments. Part of that is urban planning. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I think it's an excellent eye opener for beginning this discussion. This is a discussion I would also like to open with a phrase from Sergio Diaz Granados in his opening remarks this morning. He said that brick by brick, social development is built. I don't know if he was thinking about these bricks, but it led me to think on our bricks and how that building brick by brick forces us to be all of us sitting with different positions, but thinking that we need to reconcile interests in order to reach the objective of generating social development. The gentleman of the panel, Juan Jose, I would like to ask you to share with us from your vision and your experience, where you also live that situation of housing crisis, a dignified and appropriate house, and you manage it by generating volunteers and youth, empowering youth. What elements do you think or can you bring from your experience can we consider to include in a housing policy that generates solutions that are structural? Excellent. Well, first, um, I will please beg you to keep your time. Well, first of all, I would like to thank CAF for the invitation. Spectacular panel. I'm honored to be here. I think it's a privilege to be able to share the experience we have in Techo of 29 years. This is our 29th anniversary. We began in southern Chile 29 years ago, crossing the territory from Tijuana southbound to Haiti to Dominican Republic. There are several components we have compiled and that we can put at the service to be a part of public policies. First, there are three things, but first, as I was telling Claudia, we need to recognize progressive housing and incremental housing as be part of public policy. We cannot only think about the definite family because families live for a long time in precarious families, and history has shown us that there are families that have lived in precarious households or houses for more than 30 years. We can't tolerate that. We need to have an adequate and progressive family that can allow families that allows them to reach their definite housing. And that has to do with the deployment of public policies. And in turn, another topic is to recognize self-production, as Ana Claudia mentioned, of families. What do families do? They produce their habitat, their housing, and their environment that is not recognized in public policies. There have to be programs that accompany technically, socially, and financially so that families can progress, advance their housing. There's a study in Peru that shows that families invest over $51,000 in 16 years to self-build their homes after living for 6 years in a precarious housing. That's in urban settings. Now let's imagine Latin America and let's extrapolate. And the second element we see, which is fundamental, that has to do with Claudia, are financial vehicles. If we don't create new financial vehicles for access to families, we will not live a change. And here it has to do with subsidy to credit lines. There are families that could have access to credit, but we are not looking at them. That's where we need to work in a tripartisan manner, banking sector, public sector, and the third sector, in order to design these things. We cannot design them without the final component, from my experience, that is to have a real collaboration. Oftentimes you talk about collaboration, but collaboration moving away from each one's expertise to create something new. In order to create something new, we need to have confidence assets. One of the words used in the forum was confidence. Confidence can be destroyed easily. We build it slowly and destroy it in 2 minutes. And I think that without building confidence assets, it's difficult to have successful and long lasting solutions and that we can deploy financial vehicles. That is what history shows. 29 years working every weekend with families, and above all, that value to comply with their commitments, to design plans and deploy them together. The power of an encounter between volunteers and families has shown us that without that component of collaboration that happens in that micro space, if we don't take it to institutions to design new vehicles, it wouldn't be possible to resolve the housing issue. Thank you, Juan Jose. Now we have Minister Michelle. We would like to ask you to share with us, after 6 years in your government position, what is the balance after your housing policies have been implemented? What has given result, and what are those problems that are yet to be resolved? To our colleagues from the panel, special greeting, Ana Clau. Excellent introduction. You can tell you manage all of the Latin American region. Congratulations for the context. After 6 years of the President Bukele's government, the greatest incentive we've had to recover those urban corpses we received is security. That has allowed us to reach the whole country in order to once again enliven these communities. Definitely, there's a percentage of the population, the one that has been hit the hardest, that live in extreme poverty, and the ones that pay for their basic services the most. They have no access to water, and they have to pay for the most expensive water in barrels. And that vicious circle does not allow them to own an appropriate home. When we saw this problem, the first action was to reduce the rates of interest so that people could have social credit, families could have social credit, and have an amount for incentives in the private sector, because we firmly believe that these projects have to be articulated with the private sector, with financing, and the government to articulate the three parts. So we have credit program, zero premium, 4% rates of interest. There's a percentage of the population that cannot pay for the premium and will never have it, but they can pay a monthly fee, and they're the most responsible sector we've known. Credit placement of 1.7 billion in 6 years of the government of President Bukele, and our unpayment index are 0.9% or 2%, because we have the informal sector. These were our percentages of unpayment in 6 years. We have more. We need more funds to build companies hand in hand with the private sector, social interest projects. We've had special provisions in order to collaborate with the private sector, giving them the construction permits they need and become a partner of the private sector. But we need that fund in order to create more communities with a product home at the reach of family that need it the most. We're in that phase. We've placed young credits. We think that through youth and the educational policies that allow youth to have better income, that they can move their families away from extreme poverty with more funds to be able to build projects with long-term funds, with long-term credit, zero premium, 4% interest rate. We can eradicate this problem and access to basic services that are fundamental. We've made advancement in this regard, and credit placement to date, after 6 years, has been $1.7 billion. As I said, default indices show that a percentage of the population complies with payment of their homes. That's the advancement that has given results to date. Thank you. I would like to ask the Secretary of Habitat, Vanessa from Bogota. Could you share with us challenges and opportunities of housing plan in Bogota? Well, I would like to thank CAF and the panel. It's a true pleasure to be able to share the experience in Bogota and other cities in Colombia. At the end, I think it's important to begin from the context we have found in how we are caring for it. First, we recognize there is a very important deficit in the quality of housing. That doesn't mean that we don't have new households that are needing new housing. Second thing is that in Bogota, the production of housing is a factor for families to care for the most vulnerable ones, but it's also a reason for generating employment, economic reactivation, and to comply with environmental and sustainable construction requirements. And the third topic we find, and it has to do with the level and capacity of families to have access to housing, not necessarily a new one, but an improved housing and the leasing market that had to grow in Bogota. What did we do? The Mi Casa plan in Bogota that had around $250 million is caring for families for acquiring different approaches from the financial system. We do accompaniment in a reduction of the amount and rate of the credit for housings of social interest. We accompany about prioritizing those families that have a lower income, meaning from the demand, we accelerate the offer for housing. We also accompany families that need uh, help in closing their deeds and families that need to save. And for that, they need to lease in the meantime. We also care for families in their housing improvement, not necessarily with a subsidy, but with a guarantee for a credit or microcredit. We're doing that exercise. And in leasing or renting, which I know that that's a challenge in case we don't cover that. The big challenge is that beyond the subsidy, that the private sector can very rapidly help us with well localized housing for renting or leasing for housing of social interest. So there is a mix of caring for the reality of household for the first time. 6 out of every 10 families earn more than or less than $460 a month. The whole family for payment. In Bogota, the average was $520 monthly family income. For the first time, 6 of 10 are under $450. And we care for women, youth that are victims of the conflict, and immigrants. So I think that has been our bet to understand the families, the challenge of the financial system, and how can families be able to enter that system and care for improvement and rent and purchase that includes education to households, but also the invitation to the private sector. Thank you, Vanessa. Now, Madam Minister Tamara, Could you please share with us what are some of the lessons learned you would like to highlight regarding housing public policies in programs with a comprehensive outlook at housing? Well, first of all, to CAF for the invitation and for participating in this panel. In Uruguay, if I had to summarize lessons learned, I would begin by saying that housing and habitat policy can be thought of as a pivotal policy as part of the urban policies. And what does this mean? Of a pivot policy, we think that it can go in that direction because, well, there are three very concrete reasons. One, it is a housing and habitat policy that articulates multiple dimensions of well-being. When we talk about housing, we talk about the material home itself, but the land, the infrastructure, public services, and we also talk about community living. Second, it conditions the efficacy of other social policies. A housing solution that is appropriate, well located, allows health, education, care policies, security to work in sync and that they have the impact we all wish they have. Third, it has a very strong multiplying effect for rights and capabilities and socially and economic. Investing nowadays in housing has an expenditure in cost today, but there is a future cost reduction. If we think, for instance, on exclusion and segregation, for instance. So housing is a right that enables other rights. For us in Uruguay, it's something critical. How this impacts children, infancy. 32% of children below the age of 6 live under the poverty line. That convenes us to work and to think on alternatives jointly. Because we also understand there's another lesson learned that the government itself can't do it all. They need more actors. We understand that. For us, it's fundamental to work in addition to the public and private sector, all the different institutions and social organizations, as well as communities that are part of the solution, who are the receivers of public policies, should also participate in decisions. Another lesson learned that is very important for us, we also understand household as a greater ecosystem. And this housing and habitat is inserted into a territory. So the land for us, and this is something we talked about before, it's the same in all countries. The problem, what is more difficult is to have land well located with all the services in order to implement these programs. So we need a state that manages this land, that works with the national government, and also with the different intendancies, municipalities, different levels of government that are also in the territory. So the policy with land use ordering is fundamental to have that joint outlook, that joint perspective, to have the impact we desire. Another lesson learned is that housing is not a definitive solution. Housing is also a process, as was mentioned before, and how housing has to accompany demographic changes in the population. On one hand, we have single parent households, smaller households, youth become independent, aging of the population in a sector of the population, while in another sector, households are numerous. We have settlements. When we talked about the, the emphasis, children that live in poverty, when we talk about uncertainty, insecurity in housing, poorly located, structural deficits in housing. Public policies have to be flexible. because, as Ana Claudia mentioned in her introductory remarks, in view of all these housing problems, we need to be flexible in a public policy so they are adapted to different populations and situations and the different territories too. I think it happens in all countries. It's not the same to live in the north part of the city, in the south, in the center, in the border, or if we live close to the ocean. So if you ask me what are the lessons learned before summarizing, in Uruguay we have programs such as the program for improving neighborhoods. Precisely, it deals with infrastructure, with community work, and now we're implementing with CAF. We have a program called Más Barrio, More Neighborhood. It's a program that covers this, but also living in community, in neighborhood, living together. We will tackle security in neighborhoods so that precisely this is part of the quality of life of families. How we live, the right to a home, a house, but also the right of how we live in these spaces, in these environments. If I were to summarize lessons learned, we need housing policies that are pivot, that are comprehensive, that have a vision of processes, that have flexibility, that have participation of all the actors of society. Thank you. And now, Madame Minister Michelle, what instruments do you believe can facilitate the participation of the private and financial sectors in projects? Well, basically, housing of social interest. You've mentioned your record disbursements, but what do you think is really necessary so that there is a true growth and scaling? The articulation with the private sector exists. We're working with them hand in hand, the government and the private sector. Right now, we need financing for building this household, and that product, Ana Claudia said, that families can pay. From long-term credit, we've created programs that allow them to join their income, for example, two people, two members of the household, in order to have access to a home that will allow them to uh, jump. It's like a trampoline to move away from extreme poverty. Remember that a house is something aspirational. Everybody wants something bigger to live in a basic home that's simple, social, simple, that will be for only a couple of years. Many families will aspire to one that's better or bigger, and to live for a certain time in that house allows them to save. There are many human settlements where everything is invested. They invest everything, or every rainy season they lose everything due to the rains, and they have to buy everything all over again every year, and that takes money away from them. They could be investing them in their homes. So our main focus is to create that product hand in hand with the private enterprise, and we've obtained results on how these families are paying for their homes. That's a match we need right now in order to have buildings, high rises, accessible ones, where families can build their homes.
Thank you very much. And Secretary Vanessa, what is the next for the period of 2 years? It's a short period remaining for the Bogota government. The challenges that are really going to call on you for all efforts? Well, first, we are going to work on the instruments to manage the soil. Bogota, sorry, is one of the first in Latin America in this regard, and we are going to proceed with the auctions for construction rights and land, plots of land that we are engaging in. And we are going to focus on land around the metro, the subway, and the Transmilenio stations. We have been very successful in implementing the housing plan. We have helped more than 26,000 Bogota families, but when you generate trust, the important thing is not to lose it. And it's important to generate this rhythm and honor our commitment to Bogota families. And we had this space, the Global Day for Cities. We promoted Bogota as a referent for benchmark for Latin America. And I think rehabilitating neighborhoods that need to do this urges us to advance when it comes to infrastructure, improving infrastructure, and also to work on sustainable construction that responds to climate change. And I think that's very important to continue providing maintenance to our projects, because we not only have to look at financing sources, but we also look at how to sustain this in the community. We're working with planning on working with 60 neighborhoods, but truly we plan on working with 5 neighborhoods as pilot programs. Minister Tamara, Uruguay has benchmarks when it comes to credit unions for the purpose of housing. How do you think this experience, you as a benchmark, can be extrapolated to other public policies in Latin America? Well, the credit union movement for housing in Uruguay is a fundamental pillar of housing policy. If I had to mention the strengths and why this is the case, is because we have a clear institutional framework. There is strength within social organizations to allow for this, and there's continuity of policies because you need strong governments that will bet on the credit union movement so that this is sustainable, so that credit unions are sustainable. And we also bet on solidarity and collective work and a collective life. It's more than just a home. And I must say that you need continuity of state policies, and you also need a regulatory framework and clear rules. And so we do not delude ourselves. It's important to mention that credit unions are not applicable. They cannot be something that the entire population can engage in, because of conviction, and there's other reasons, but we have to focus on the possibility of sustaining the credit unions. And when we look at the more vulnerable sectors, it's very hard for them to access credit unions, to participate in credit unions. So along with the federations that exist in Uruguay, we have been talking about this because the credit union system is interested in working with and in making these populations join their system. So we are beginning some joint work in which the credit unions they share their experiences in order to help this population. But this is why I'm interested in highlighting the importance and the value of Uruguay, of the credit union system. But as a recommendation, yes, it is applicable. Can we recommend it? Yes, it is. Whenever we have a clear regulatory framework, we have clear rules, and we have a government which within its housing plans understands that it is a solution for housing for a population, workers, low-wage earners, which otherwise would not be able to have housing. But then there's an institutional difficulty that is shared, that was mentioned earlier. It's land management. That is clearly another difficulty that the credit union system is facing in order to continue to grow. And in order to fully deploy its potential, credit unions need the government, they need very clear rules, they need, of course, land, and the strength is what they bring, what they have, which is what is so incredible about credit unions. And what would be the very clear requests to the public and private sector that an organization such as Techo would make in order to maximize the impact that an organization like the one you lead can have? Well, I think that was mentioned before. We need resources. Without resources, we cannot bring this up to scale. We need financial resources. But the main point and our request is that we need a change of mindset. We need for us to be seen as strategic partners. We're seeing as partners in public policies. We are not only a bridge to connect with these families, but this is not part of our method. We are never going to integrate this in our mindset, in our work. And if we can have a change of mindset, we could have deeper impact. And also, I would like to ask for help for specific projects. We need to implement pilot projects. We need to look for concrete solutions. And for example, know how can be contributed, the knowledge they have, the communities have gained this knowledge, this experience throughout the years. So I think this is an important mechanism. It facilitates access to housing by families to for popular sectors. And if we're seen as an executing partner, all that is asked of us is accountability. But if we want to build, we have to bring our efforts up to, we have to scale them up. And in the private sector, we have carried out social interest projects in 20 countries of Latin America. We carried out a 5-year project which targets communities in which we already worked, which brought sanitation and water solutions, and the companies provide the resources, but it's part of the design, the deployment, continuous improvement. And we also articulate with the state, with the municipalities, because this is fundamental. And basically with the private sector, with banking, we have to develop financial mechanisms with the state, subsidies, with the banking system, credit, because these families should be able to access these resources with all the technology available. And how can we sustain this for X amount of years? We see that families invest $50,000 over such a long period of time in order to have a dignified housing. No, we need for them to move beyond having an earthen floor in order to advance. To close this session, I would like to ask Claudia if she could share with us from her global perspective which mechanisms or instruments might be possible for public and private participation in the solutions that have been proposed. But we're talking about real, concrete, high impact and accelerated participation. Yes, Juan, I'm not going to be 100% in agreement with you regarding the pilot projects, because I think in Latin America we have had way too many pilot programs. We, for so many years, have piloted programs, have in Uruguay, credit unions in Colombia, in Brazil, the social interest housing development in Mexico, Chile, and elsewhere. And I think we have a very rich history, but very fragmented. Social interest housing goes one way, and the collective, the credit union focus goes its way. The private sector goes its way, and the public sector goes its own separate way. Everything's very fragmented. What we have in Latin America today is great fragmentation. I think the solution and what is happening today and in today's event and what we spoke about is that there is this perception that we need to add up all these capacities in order to solve the housing needs that we see. We need the private sector, we need the public sector, we need investment, we need resources, we need planning, regulation, subsidies in order to bring this about. And I think it's very important to acknowledge this. Going back to your question, I think we need to advance in building the ecosystems that will result in production. We have the know-how already. We have the expertise. We have many housing offers in high-rises, improvements in housing neighborhoods, rentals too, leases. It's something that we don't have it as much in Latin America, but there's been great advancements in this field. So we have the know-how, but we have to start building this ecosystem. What is the ecosystem? Tools for managing land, so that these efforts are more geared toward people and the environment to develop the products, the business models, the financial mechanisms, the legal frameworks, and governance. Because in the end, if we do not agree as a society that we need to widen housing offers, the opportunities for all people to have a housing, we have to go beyond this fragmentation. Otherwise, we are not going to advance in this issue involving housing that is not in remote areas, closer to services, etc. And I think that you have all brought to the table innovative, successful methods which have generated a management of the knowledge that we all have and that our countries have, so that we can dream about a housing sector that will truly change the realities of human development. From my perspective, coming from the private sector, I love what Claudia said, that solutions come from opportunities, and that's what we look for in the private sector. We look for opportunities, but opportunities which are intertwined with an exercise of trust. And I think that is why it's wonderful that CAF invited us to have this conversation, this debate, and thank you all for accompanying us until the end of today's session. Thank you very much. We would like to thank you all for accompanying us during the entire session. Please remember that we are live streaming on X, Instagram, Facebook tomorrow. As of 7:45, registration will be open for the plenary sessions. At 8:25, we will have our first presentations, and then as of 2 p.m., the panels will resume here in the green room. Thank you very much. We hope to interact with you on social media, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you for staying for the whole session. Good evening.